Whitehall, 1212, quickly, please.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in Scotland Yard case number 505MR074. Donald Sims, the cabinet maker.
I have some theories.
Albert George Corcoran, the man who owned a gun.
I tried to get it back from him.
Patricia Emmons, who married a stranger.
To my sorrow.
Chief Inspector Grant McCrimmon of Scotland Yard.
I think that Chief Superintendent John Davison has it here in the Black Museum. The one bit of evidence upon which the whole case turned. Shall we go inside and ask him to show it to us? Come on in. Oh, it's not half as gruesome in here as people would have you believe, so don't be squeamish.
Good afternoon, Meg.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davison, ladies and gentlemen.
How do you do? I expect you're glad to see that this is not a chamber of horrors, as it is sometimes represented, and that I'm not a monster. This Black Museum, as we call it, is merely a repository for items that have figured in crimes of various sorts. It's regrettable that so many of those crimes were murder. These things are here for a purpose. It's a curious fact that criminals are seldom original in their approach. Here are informative, tangible objects that are often of enormous help to us. Hence, for your information, the Black Museum. Now, I think Chief Inspector McCrimmon here wants you to see what we have on our case 505MR074. And here it is. A brass cartridge case from a Browning automatic pistol. You'll note it still has traces of a sticky tape on it. And some photomicrographs of this case and of another similar one. That's all there is, Meg.
Well, they were quite adequate, John.
Yeah, they earned the hangman another 10 pounds.
I was quite astonished when I received the call. Chief Inspector McCrimmon here.
His Majesty will speak to you, sir.
His Majesty? Say, who is this?
My name is George, sir.
Well, I say, sir, I mean...
I am not the King of England, Chief Inspector, although my name is George also.
Oh.
I have been exiled from my own country for some years. I have been in residence in London, however, for some time.
Yes, sir, Your Majesty.
I have just taken a house in Belgravia.
Oh, now I know who you are, sir. You're King George of...
Precisely. Look here, Chief Inspector. I went around to my new place this morning.
Yes, sir.
And I was unable to get in.
Oh, some of your enemies, sir? From your own country? Oh, I'll have special branch get onto it at once.
No, it's not that at all. I am locked out.
I don't quite understand, sir, Your Majesty.
I can't get in.
Oh, you mean there's no one in the house, sir?
My housekeeper, Miss Jessica Holmby, has been staying there alone, but she doesn't seem to be there. I'm a little alarmed.
Your Majesty, do you suspect she
I
has...
have no cause to suspect her of anything beyond the fact that she seems to be missing. But I'm a little uneasy about trying to enter.
Bombs?
I have many enemies, Chief Inspector.
And Scotland Yard men are expendable, are they not, sir? Well, I'll investigate at once, Your Majesty.
The address is...
Thank you. Hey, we know the place, sir.
Preliminary report of Chief Inspector McCrimmon's investigation, dictated by himself to Miss Sheila O'Malley, Scotland Yard stenographer.
A careful search of 4 of the ground room floors failed to disclose the presence of anything resembling a bomb of any sort. But upon entering the quarters assigned to the housekeeper, Miss Jessica Holmby, an important discovery was made. The body of Miss Holmby, aged 41, was found seated in an armchair opposite the door. She had been shot in the head. The body was identified by the King's Equerry, Monsieur Langlois, who accompanied us. Item, a brass cartridge case, apparently from a Browning automatic pistol, caliber 38, was found on the floor near the door, thus establishing the probable position of the killer when the shot was fired. Signed, Grant McKimmon, Chief Inspector, CID.
There was but one other possible clue. The torn corner of a card which was found in the corner of the room. There was nothing in the room of our housekeeper's belongings that it might have been torn from. We kept it. Sergeant Peter Monk, who had been assigned to the case with me, presented the most immediately useful clue.
I just thought it might be worthwhile, Chief Inspector, to have a look in the mailbox. I was lucky.
Well, let's see it, Peter. Postmarked Brighton. Well, she'll never open it. My darling Jessica, won't you please write me or telephone me here? I've been trying to reach you by telephone for 2 days, but there is no answer. I am frantic. All my love, Poopsie. Poopsie? Oh, what a frightful name. You suppose it's a man?
A pet name, no doubt.
It's revolting. When was it mailed?
The day before you found her.
Well, see if you can find Poopsie of Brighton, Peter. Perhaps he or it can talk as well as he can write.
Quite a job, sir.
But I don't want you going up and down Brighton front crying, Poopsie, Poopsie. People will follow you with a butterfly net.
I was thinking of that, sir.
Telephone Jessica's sister in Kensington. She's probably heard of him.
Yes, sir.
Your sister knew Poopsie fairly well, she said. The man with the revolting pet name was Donald Sims, a cabinet maker, 39 years old, and he worked in a penny peep show in Brighton. She gave us his address, and Peter Monk and I took a trip to that seaside resort. We found the house, and we met Mr. Sims. I will not say that name again. It didn't fit this tall, curly-haired fellow at all. He crushed my hand.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Sergeant Peter Monk.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Thanks.
I suppose you want to talk to me about the late Miss Holmby.
You knew her quite well, did you not?
We were to be married in a month.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Yes. We kept it a secret. We kept it secret. Not even her sister knew our plans. I suppose it was she who told you about me.
Yes.
I'm afraid she didn't like me very much.
Oh, why?
Oh, I'm sure I don't know. Sisters are often like that.
Aye.
I was very much opposed to the idea of her becoming housekeeper to the king.
Oh?
So many odd people about, you know. People with grievances and all that. I thought it was dangerous, being there all alone and whatnot. Dealing with foreigners.
I see.
I'm very much of the opinion that one of these foreign people is responsible.
Aye, we considered that. We're making a thorough check of everyone who visited the place.
I hope you are.
How long had you known Miss Holmby, Mr. Sims?
About 8 months, I think. It was rather a case of love at first sight.
Mm-hmm.
We were very much in love.
Were you in the habit of visiting her often?
Oh, quite frequently, yes. But I've been very busy recently, and I tried telephoning her instead. As you know, I was quite unable to reach her for several days, and then things happened. If I'd only gone up to London, I might have been able to prevent it, at least. I keep thinking so.
Well, I misdoubt you could have done anything.
I would have given my life for...
Well,
I loved her, gentlemen.
Your wedding plans were almost completed, then?
Yes. I'm most terribly depressed about all this, gentlemen.
I can sympathize with you, sir.
Yes.
Could I offer you a small libation, gentlemen? I have a fresh bottle of Glenlivet in the cupboard.
Well, thank you, no, sir.
I never touch it, sir, thanks.
You don't mind if I do, then?
No, not at all.
I've done nothing but sit here in my room and drink. All alone, since I heard of this.
I'm a little surprised that you have not yet been up to London, Mr. Sims.
Sir? I couldn't bring myself to go to that place where she died. Are you sure you won't have a small libation?
Thanks. We must be getting back to London.
Oh, surely you don't have to go at once.
I'm afraid we must. Thank you for your time, Mr. Sims, and let me assure you again of our sympathy.
I wish you'd stay a little longer. I have some theories I should very much like to pass on to you.
Well, we shall be talking to you again, sir, I fancy.
What?
If we discover anything more,
Right. We may need your help.
Oh. Well, Slanter more, gentlemen.
Schlanter. Hey, come along, Monk.
Right, sir.
I'm sorry you gentlemen won't join me in a small libation.
No, thank you. We shall undoubtedly be seeing you.
Find the assassin of my love.
Hey, we shall try. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sims.
Oh, goodbye, gentlemen, and thank you.
Pupsy.
Dreadful, isn't he?
Well, he'd impress a woman.
Well, let's walk over to the seashore and see how he impresses some of his fellow workmen.
You're suspicious of him, aren't you?
I'm trying very hard not to be suspicious of him, Monk's old boy. We tramped along Brighton front with the din of the dance band in our ears for a good while before we came across anyone who knew Sims well enough to discuss him with us. At last, a Brighton rock huckster at whose place of business we stopped admitted knowing him well.
Yes, I know Johnny Sims. I knows him well enough that I don't want never no dealings with him. Not no dealings what so bloody ever.
What's he done to you?
Plenty. Brighton Rock! Who'll have Brighton Rock? Take a bit of Brighton Rock home for the kids, missus. Only a bobble stick. That's it. Plenty enough, mate.
What?
Well, I can't prove what he done to me, but I can have me suspicions, can't I? He won't pay me, and I don't hold with fellas what commits bigamy anyhow.
Bigamy?
Huh?
Well, it ain't no secret, I'm telling you, mister. He got out of the Stony Lonesome not a year ago for marrying a bit of fluff in Nottingham, when he was already the husband and father of 3 kids and living with them right here in Brighton. Yeah. Take home a bit of Brighton Rock for the family. Here you are. Only a bobber stick. Only a bobber stick.
He was in prison?
For bigamy, as I said. Ain't no secret around here.
Are you sure?
Well, ask anyone around here about Poopsie. He's a bad lot, mate, if you asks me.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yes, indeed.
Him and me used to be friends thick as thieves. We was, but not anymore, take my word for it. Not since he stole my gun.
Stole your what?
My gun, mate. My Browning automatic. Oh, it was quite legal. I still got the license. That's all I have got. He took a fancy to it, he did, the stinker. Borrowed it from me. Last I ever seen of it, the dog's body. Claimed he lost it.
He didn't pay you for it?
Not Poopsie, not him. Claimed he ain't got no money.
What caliber was this gun?
Eh? Oh, 38.
Interesting, huh?
I bought the gun because I rather fancy target shooting, see? Had a chance to fire it only twice, down at my place over there on the Downs. He was with me. He liked it, so he borrowed it from me. Last I seen of the thing, I bet he still got it somewhere, hoping to sell it. My gun.
Well, thanks very much, Mr.
Corcoran, sir. Albert George Corcoran, later the Loyal Regiment, now reduced to selling Brighton bloody rotten, starving to bleeding death.
Well, I'll take a stick, Corcoran.
Oh, here you are, sir. You.
I'll have one, too.
Thank you, sir. Here you are. I say, sir, why was you so anxious to know about Poopsie Sims?
Does everyone call him by that revolting name?
He calls himself that, sir, the og. Fair turns your stomach, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does.
Was you thinking of employing him, sir? They say he is a good cabinet maker, but Christ, what a stinker.
Well, I don't think we shall employ him now, Corcoran.
Oh, you'll come to a bad end, sir.
You know, I'm inclined to agree with you, Corcoran.
We walked to the nearest telephone box, and I called London, Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
The Criminal Records Office, please.
Criminal Records, sir? Yes, sir. Sergeant Hammond here. Criminal Records Office.
Hello? Hammond? Chief Inspector McCrimmon here.
Oh, yes, sir. Who are you?
Hey, what do you have on a fellow named Donald Sims of Brighton, sometimes known as Poopsie?
The bigamist. I remember his name. Something about him quite recently. Just hang on, sir. Look, I think he's wanted, sir.
Why, how very delightful, Sergeant. Hi. I'll wait.
What's up, sir?
Mm-hmm. Our Poopsie's a bad boy, it seems.
Worse than we think?
Well, I'll tell you in half a moment.
Are you there, sir?
Aye?
He's wanted for check fraud, sir. Traveling in rather high society, too.
Well, how is that?
One of the checks he
fort is on account of royalty. That King George.
Oh, that king that's just taken a new house in Belgravia?
Yes, sir. He's got the chief equerry for £400.
Say no more. Monks and I will fetch him in, full of dew of Glenlivet in 3 hours' time. Accompanied by a slightly sozzled Poopsie, Monks and I returned to London and deposited him for safekeeping on a charge of fraud. He promptly went to sleep on the floor of his cell in Bow Street. And Monks and I departed for a well-earned dinner of bubble and squeak, of which I'm inordinately fond. Oh, I also had 2 bottles of Guinness, I remember. Oh, the next morning, our prisoner safely incarcerated on his fraud charge, Monks and I departed again for Brighton. Monks, armed with a search warrant, went on to Sim's rooms, whilst I paid a visit to Cochrane, the Brighton rockman.
Well, good morning, sir. I'm most happy to see you again, sir.
No, I'm in need of further information this morning, Cochrane.
What kind of information, sir? About Poopsie?
Oh, don't say that name so early in the morning, Cochrane. It makes me ill. We took him back to London yesterday.
You did, sir?
Aye, on a charge of defrauding by cheque.
Good. Who are you, sir?
I'm Chief Inspector McCrimmon of Scotland Yard.
Oh, I thought you was Tex. I swear I did.
Well, we are. Now, look here, Cochrane. You know, we may be able to get your gun back.
No.
But it won't be especially easy, you know.
I know.
It'll be very hard to identify, you see.
The number was, I don't remember the number.
Oh, that's too bad. I wonder, would you possibly have an empty cartridge case that was fired in the gun? Our ballistics laboratory could probably identify it that way.
How?
Oh, the firing mechanism always leaves marks on a cartridge case that are quite different from those fired by any other gun.
Sort of mechanical fingerprints, eh?
Exactly. You see, no 2 guns in the world leave the same marks on the base of a shell.
Let me see now. I did have one, I know. I only fired 2 rounds with it before Poopsie borrowed it. I had one. Well, now, what did I do with it?
You got it at home, perhaps?
No. I had it here. Now, what did I do with it?
Oh, come on, man. Think hard.
I am thinking, sir.
It's in your pocket, perhaps?
No, I carried it for a long time, then I had some use for it. Let me see now. Oh, I know where it is.
Good.
Oh. Found it.
Let's see it.
Here it is. See, I used it for a spool to wrap this here sticky tape around. It was just the right size. I see the mark she was talking about. Here, where the firing pin struck the primer.
Are you sure that's from your gun, then?
I swear to it. Hope to die, sir.
You may have to swear to it.
Or ain't no doubt about it. I'll match the gun all right. Every little mark it will. Here, sir. Let me take the tape off first.
Oh, never mind. It's all right this way. No. I wonder. One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Could you possibly find one of the bullets you fired with the gun?
Well, I don't know, sir. I could find the spot where I fired them. It was in a chalk pit. But whether them bullets are still there and whether I could dig them out...
Well, we only need one.
Sir...
Aye?
I know why you want that bullet.
You do?
I know every gun leaves marks on a bullet so you can prove it comes from that gun and not no other.
Aye, that's right.
And what you want to do is compare one of my bullets with a bullet you think's been fired from it, too.
Well,
sir, did Poopsie murder somebody with my gun?
I don't know, Cochrane.
Oh, no, sir.
But you can help us find out. Sergeant Monk's painstaking search of Sim's rooms failed to discover the missing Browning pistol. But in a pocket of a jacket in his cupboard, Monks discovered a torn, crumpled card. It was the announcement of a marriage between Donald Sims and a Miss Patricia Emmons of Nottingham. So we telephoned the Nottingham police asking them if it would be possible for Miss Emmons to come to London to see us. She was waiting for us at Scotland Yard when we returned.
Yes, I married him. To my sorrow.
And you did not know that he was married at the time?
No, I did not. His wife died during his bigamy trial.
Did you know that, Monk?
Yes, sir. I discovered it today.
I discovered a great many things about him.
Oh?
He's a bad man. Let it rest at that.
This is one of your wedding announcements, is it not?
Oh, I thought they were all destroyed. Oh, I do wish you'd destroy that one.
I'm sorry, Miss Emmons.
He was money crazy. He said he loved me, but I discovered he thought I had an income. When he found I had nothing, he deserted me. It was while I was trying to find him that I Found he'd married me bigamisly.
Aye, we know about that. Now, did you ever see a...
Pistol? Yes, of course.
Could you describe it?
A .38 caliber Browning automatic pistol. I know about pistols. My Uncle James is a retired warrant officer in the Royal Army Ordnance Corps.
Uh-huh.
He was at the Woolwich Arsenal for years.
And you'd testify in court that you saw that pistol in Sim's possession?
Oh, I would indeed. May I ask why, please?
I don't think you'd like to know why, Miss Emmons. You escaped with your life. The cartridge case that Cochrane had given me, you know, the one that you saw in the Black Museum with the remains of sticky tape still on it, had been sent to the ballistics laboratory when we returned to Brighton. Kenneth Ogilvy, the technician, telephoned me asking me to come up, which I did, and he sat me down before a binocular microscope.
I hope your eyes are normal, Chief Inspector. I've adjusted the eyepiece to mine.
Oh, I'm 20/20.
Good. Now, this is a comparison microscope, you know. Here on this side.
Huh?
No, don't look in the eyepiece yet.
Oh.
This one is the cartridge found at the King's house for the victim.
Aye.
And over here is the one you got with the tape on it.
Aye.
Now, look. You see? Just let me turn it a wee bit. How the mark of the firing pin is exactly the same on both shells.
Aye.
And the tiny scratches at the upper right.
Aye, and these down here at the bottom, too. You know, the ones that look like an H.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'd say they're from the same gun, all right. But will it convince a jury?
Don't worry about that, sir. When we get our photomicrographs prepared and labeled...
Oh, if we only had the gun.
I think it only fair to warn you in advance, sir. A jury can believe just so much. But if they can't see the gun, only the cartridge case and the bullets that match the missing gun.
Oh, if we're in worse shape than I thought. What can I do?
Sir, as one good Scots Presbyterian to another, have you tried prayer?
I'll not tell you whether or not I prayed. You can judge for yourself by the results. But on the theory that the greater crime is the more important, Donald Sims was sent to my office at New Scotland Yard instead of the police court where he was to be examined in the forgery case. He sat before me at my desk. Monk was in a chair beside me, and Miss Virginia Emmons sat in a corner of the room. Now, Sims was quite self-confident.
You can't cross-examine me. You know better than that, McCrimmon.
I'll overlook your rudeness, Mr. Sims. I have no intention of cross-examining you. I have no questions to ask of you.
Oh, what about your pal there? You.
I don't want to know anything, Sim.
Oh, what's she here for, then?
Who, Miss Emmons?
You've got nothing on me any longer, Virginia. I paid for it.
She'll ask you no questions. McCrimmon here. Who? Cochrane. Oh, he has. Good. Well, send it up to Ogilvy in the ballistics laboratory, please. Aye. All right. Thank you. He's found the bullet, Monk. Who? Cochrane. What? No.
But...
Look here, Mr. Sims. This is a scrap of paper found alongside the body of Miss Jessica Holmby. This scrap exactly matches the torn wedding announcement Sergeant Monk found in your jacket pocket in your rooms. These comparison photographs show two cartridge cases. One was found at the scene of the crime. One was fired in a pistol which formerly belonged to the man Cochrane. A pistol which is known to have been in your possession.
I will testify to that.
Well, now, you've observed that I have asked you no questions, Sims. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sergeant Monk and Miss Emmons are witnesses to that.
Yes, that's right.
What are you trying to do?
I am relating certain facts to you, Mr. Sims. Now, here's another. The forgery case in which you are at present involved concerns the King's equity. Now, I do not refer to His present Majesty of England, but you know who I mean.
Yes.
Now, finally, our ballistics laboratory has in its possession a bullet fired from that pistol by the man Corcoran. They have also the bullet with which Miss Jessica Holmby was murdered. And they're about to compare the two to demonstrate that both bullets were fired from the same gun, which is known to have been in your possession.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to do exactly what you expect me to do. Donald Sims, I arrest you for the willful murder of Jessica Holmby. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Now, I'll take the liberty of asking you one question. Do you wish to make a statement?
What will happen to me?
I don't know.
Will they hang me? Will they hang me?
You're not required to make a statement of any sort, Mr. Sims. Well, if you have nothing to say... Sergeant Monk?
I killed her.
You take this down, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I was talking to her at the King's House in Belgravia. She'd heard about the check.
What check do you refer to, please, Miss Sims?
I signed with the name of the King's equerry. It was for £400. The equerry had shown it to her. When it came back from the bank, marked RD, and she'd recognized my handwriting at once. She said he'd already lodged a complaint against me, but that she could find forgiveness in her heart because she loved me. She offered me £400 of her own savings to make restitution and said we would forget about it and be married anyway. She loved me, gentlemen.
Please, Miss Emmons.
We talked for a while, and then, as I took the money from her, the card fell out of my pocket as I took out my wallet.
Oh, sorry.
I started to pick it up. She'd evidently seen my name on it and asked, "What's that?" Reaching for it at the same time, I snatched it away from her, tearing off the corner you found.
That card you mentioned was the announcement of the wedding between you and Miss Emmons?
Yes. Well, that's all there is to it. A frightful scene occurred between us. She became angry and I became violently angry. I found myself standing at the door with a pistol in my hand. I don't know how it got there, but she was dead and the pistol was in my hand.
It's your opinion, then, that you killed her.
I don't know. I don't know.
Is that the whole of your statement, Mr. Sims?
They'll hang me. They'll hang me. I'll die.
If you'll read over your statement, Mr. Sims.
They'll hang me. You see, they'll hang me.
Will you read and sign the statement, sir?
There is still plenty of time, Mr. Sims. Time ran out on Donald Sims. He was brought to trial at Old Bailey 3 weeks later. His statement to the Scotland Yard men, the statements he made in court, caused the jury to bring in a verdict of willful murder. He was hanged on a Friday morning at 8 o'clock, still weeping. You have heard the ninth in the series Whitehall 1212, adapted from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Collie Small and Jack Goldstein. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Today...
Whitehall 1212.
time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is finished by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Police officials from every part of the civilized world come to see us here at New Scotland Yard. Many of them are old friends of ours, of course. There are few enough police forces with whom Scotland Yard has not been in contact. The Surety of France, the American FBI, Canada's famous RCMP. We're all enlisted in the war against crime. And as the Bible says, 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, 3rd verse, there is no discharge in that war. We have an interesting visitor with us today. He came to glance at the exhibits here in case number 202131. Here, a doctor's instrument case, and a pair of child's rompers. These, with certain other objects which were later given Christian burial, were important objects in that case. And our visitor is the man who had so much to do with solving the case, Captain Lionel Watt, the former Chief Constable of Lancaster.
I must tell you at once that this was a matter for the Lancaster Constabulary and the police of Dumfriesshire in Scotland. Purely, let us say, a local matter.
No, Scotland Yard was not engaged in this case at all. Captain Watt and his people solved this most baffling case themselves.
Yes, so far as I'm able to discover, we have only one procedure that's precisely like Scotland Yard's, John.
And that is?
We patronize the same hangman. 2 miles north of the town of Moffat, which is in Dumfriesshire in Scotland, the main road from Carlisle to Edinburgh crosses the ravine where a small stream, Gardenholme Lynn, runs to the River Annan through a remarkably peaceful countryside. On the morning of the 29th of September, some years ago, several crudely wrapped bundles were observed lying on the banks of the ravine below the road. From one of the bundles protruded a naked human arm. The Dumfriesshire Constabulary naturally investigated. What they found added up to confusion as well as to horror. I was in the Moffat police station when Sergeant Barnes made his first report.
4 bundles. One wrapped in the Daily Herald, the London Labourite newspaper, for 5th August this year. The second wrapped in a pillow slip. The third in a portion of cotton sheeting. And the fourth in another piece of sheeting, tied up with what appears to be the hem torn from the sheet. All the bundles contained pieces of people to which straw was adhering, and a large quantity of cotton wool also. Quite neat. As nearly as we can tell, there are parts of at least 2 bodies. It's impossible at present to identify them. It's impossible even to determine the sex of the bodies or their approximate ages. By the appearance of the bodies, the medical officer thinks that they have been dead about 2 weeks, but he doesn't know for certain. He's sorting them out now.
During the week, other parcels were discovered along the course of Gardenholme Lynn and along the banks of the River Annan, all on the Scottish side of the border, outside my bailiwick. These parcels, which also contained portions of human bodies, were wrapped in pages of the Sunday Graphic for the 15th of September, and in pages of other newspapers, unidentifiable because of bloodstains. I had a telephone call.
Sergeant Barnes speaking at Moffat, sir.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. What's up?
We don't think our friends are Scottish, sir.
What's that?
Don't think they're Scottish.
What friends? What
The
is it?
dead people, sir. The ones we found. We don't think they're Scottish folk.
Well, that's quite a statement, Sergeant, when you can't even tell whether they're male or female.
Well, sir, we've been making inquiries ever since the first parcel was found.
And according to our records, there hasn't been anybody missing in Dumfriesshire in 11 years who's not accounted for.
Well, that doesn't prove that...
There was a carnival at Morecambe about 2 weeks before we found it.
Well, now what's that got to do with it?
Well, I telephoned the Herald office in London, sir, and they printed a special edition of slip sheets with pictures of the Morecambe Carnival.
Oh, yes, that's right.
They printed 5,370 copies, and it was all sold with the Sunday Herald of 15th September, either in Morecambe, which is right alongside you, or in Lancaster, which is where you are, sir.
Do you mind telling me what all this has got to do with your latest discovery, Sergeant?
Oh, not at all, sir. I thought you'd understand. The latest discoveries was wrapped up in those special pages, sir.
I at once put our people onto their missing persons list to discover what missing persons had been reported about the 15th of September who had not yet been found.
From Morecambe, sir. They've had nobody missing since September 11th, before season closed at Seaside. 2 persons, trippers from York, missing on that day, but bodies were recovered on the following day. Both were drowned. That's all, sir.
How about Lancaster?
None unaccounted for within the specified period, sir. Unless you want to count this one, though she's not really missing.
Who?
Name Mattie Rowlandson, maid servant. She's not been officially reported missing. But her stepfather's been around mumbling about a complaint.
What about?
Well, sir, it's one of them there things. The girl went away with her mistress and they haven't come back, that's all.
Where'd they go?
Edinburgh, husband says, sir.
Oh, she's married.
Mistress, husband.
Well, tell him to make the wife send the girl back.
I did, sir. And he wrote, but he hasn't had any reply yet. I gather the wife got fed up with him and walked out, taking the maid along for company.
Huh.
I'll be back.
That all?
That's all, sir.
Well, keep on checking up on missing persons. Though what can be done, I'm sure I don't know.
No, sir.
I think that sergeant over there at Moffat's is daft. Anyone could have got hold of a copy of that special edition of the Herald.
Yes, sir.
It's his affair. Let him work it out his way. We've plenty to do.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks very much anyway. Keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I say, I suppose it is our job to check up on things.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Whether it makes much sense or not. What's this chap's name whose wife's gone? Well, I'll have a chat with him and see what can be done about getting this girl back to her parents. That chance, I expect.
Name's Dr. John Hakim, sir. 2 Dalton Square.
Funny name.
Hindu or Parsi or something, I think, sir.
Well, I'll go see the blighter on my way home. It's quite all right. Go ahead. What here? What here?
Sir, this is Sergeant Barnes at Moffat over in Dumfriesshire.
Hello, Barnes.
We're almost certain now, sir, about the bodies.
Certain? Well, what did you find out?
Well, sir, there's 2 professors of forensic medicine staying here at the hotel in Moffat from Glasgow University, sir.
Yeah?
And they were invited to look at the remains. They and the medical officer here think they can be put them back together.
Good. Then you'll be able to identify them.
Well, they're not so sure about that, sir, seeing the condition of them. But what I called you about was to tell you can narrow down whatever search you're making there.
I was going to tell you I haven't found any persons missing here, so your theory...
Not missing persons, sir.
What did you say?
It's missing women.
Women?
Aye. The doctors are certain, sir, they were both women.
I felt rather a fool about doing it. But my conscience, if that's who it was, kept mumbling in my ear about leaving no stone unturned, so I stopped my car as near to the door of 2 Dalton Place as I could and went to call on Dr. John Hakim. The bell was apparently out of order. It was a good 5 minutes before my pounding on the door was answered.
The doctor ain't home, sir.
Oh, isn't he?
He's committing an operation on an impacted wisdom tooth, sir.
Oh? Then he's a dentist.
Licentiated Dentistry, University of Bombay, sir.
I thought he was a doctor.
Bachelor of Medicine, University of Lucknow, sir.
He's an Indian.
A posse, sir. Whatever that is. But he won't be back till quite late, so I'm not to take any appointments for him for the day.
Are you the,
I'm the charwoman.
Well, I'm very anxious to see the doctor. I'm Captain Watt.
Mrs. Music. Mrs. Pamela Music.
Huh? Who?
That's my name, sir.
Oh. Well, I was quite anxious to see the doctor.
Well, I'm in the doctor's confidence, sir. If there was anything...
I am Chief Constable of Lancaster, Mrs. Music.
Phew. What's he done, sir?
Nothing, so far as I know.
Well, then, what do you want to see him about?
Well, I'm afraid that's my business and his, my dear madam.
Madam, me I? You want to ask him about his wife, don't you, sir?
I wonder if you could tell me anything about him.
I'm afraid that's his business and mine, my dear sir.
Will you tell the doctor, please, that I'd be glad if he'd get in touch with me at the town hall, my office?
Has Mrs. Iron Mighty Dr. Hakim been making trouble?
Why should she make trouble?
Well, she's made plenty before. Though it's not my affair, I'm sure. What does she want now, sir?
I'm afraid I shall have to discuss that with the doctor. If you'll be good enough to tell him that I called, please.
Yes, sir.
Would you know where Mrs. Hakim is at present?
I do not.
Does the doctor know?
Well, of course he knows.
And do you know if Maggie Rowlandson is with her, the maid?
Well, I know she should be right here, doing her share of this work, the lazy... Well...
How long has she been gone?
Oh, since that Sunday the carnival at Morecambe closed.
The 15th of September.
I think it was. They'd been to Morecambe that Saturday night for the last day of it.
Mrs. Hakim and the maid.
doctor told me when I come to work on Monday that Mrs. had walked out on Sunday morning, taking Maggie with her. This is the longest time she's been away.
Oh, this has happened before, eh? Where does she usually go?
She's got a sister in Edinburgh. She visits.
What's her name?
Mrs. Alexander MacArthur. Darling Edie. She's a twin of Mrs. Hakim, and I don't like her. Poor dear doctor. I hope she don't never come back this time. They'll be better off.
Why?
Nag and nag, nag. And that used to be a barmaid right here in town before he met her. And him eating his heart out for her. Oh, well, you'll excuse me, sir, but I've got to get back to work. I'll tell the doctor you called, but don't you tell him what I've said now, mind you, sir. Here now, give us a hand with this carpet before you go, huh?
Express message dispatched to the Edinburgh Police by Chief Constable Lionel Watt of Lancaster.
Most urgently request you make contact with Mrs. Alexander MacArthur, Edinburgh. Requesting having her sister, Mrs. Jan Hakim, at this city, get in touch with me at once. Also discover whether Mrs. Hakim's maidservant, Maggie Rowlandson, is there with her. Information most urgently desired. Watt, Chief Constable Lancaster.
Sergeant Barnes of Moffat telephoned me.
Sergeant Barnes here, sir.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir. Did you have any luck?
We found two women who seem to be missing. Yes, Sergeant, but further inquiry has discovered them for us. They're visiting in Edinburgh, that's all. You had any luck?
Those two professors I told you about, sir. They seem quite delighted with what they've accomplished.
Putting the bodies back together.
Bodies? You should have seen them, sir.
I did, thanks. Any clues?
They said one of the bodies was a young woman. The others older, about 35, Dr. Fairley said. One of them had red hair, the young one, he said.
Red hair?
Yes, sir. And there's a part of the upper left forearm of the younger one that can't be found.
What's that mean, Barnes?
Well, Dr. Fairley thinks there was some kind of identifying mark.
Oh.
A scar or something. And the murderer, whoever he was smart enough to remove it. Real neat. Professional job, too, sir. Just as neat as if a doctor or a surgeon had done it. Dr. Fairley says.
Come in.
Dr. Hawkins, sir.
What?
Dr. Hawkins here.
Oh. I have him come in, please.
What do you say, sir?
I've got a visitor, Barnes.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, sir.
You are Chief Constable Watt, isn't it?
I am, sir.
I want to know what you mean, sir, by persecuting me. Answer me.
Why, my dear sir, nobody's persecuting
You have appeared at my office in my absence making inquiries which I am resenting very much indeed, and I demand that they be stopped.
My dear man.
I am a reputable doctor, sir, a surgeon. I will not have policemen coming to my office.
I came to your home, sir.
It is also my office and surgery. You are thinking that I have some guilty knowledge of my wife's whereabouts, and that little Rundy, her maid, isn't it?
There's no call to be quite so belligerent, Dr.
I
Hakim.
shall be as belligerent as I please, sir, when my rights are invaded.
Now, look here, Dr. Hakim. I am not going to be put on the defensive by you at all. You may as well understand that. Now, I'm sure that you're aware that I'm following up a legitimate inquiry concerning the whereabouts of your maid, Magic
You
Rowan.
have no right to question my servant.
My dear sir, I have a right to question anyone who might be able to contribute information.
You know that this is musical talk.
I am not acquainted with Mrs. Music's proclivities, sir. Now that you are here in my office, I ask you what information you can give me about the Rowlandson woman.
I can give you none. She accompanied my wife to Glasgow. Probably she is still there with her.
I thought you said that your wife went to Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, I mean. I can't keep these stupid Scottish, the English, these Scottish, I can't remember them.
I see. Has your wife left you, Doctor?
I will not tell you.
You have a reason for refusing to answer, I take it.
I have. You will be telling it all over the city, and my practice will be ruined. I know how you police operate. I don't trust you.
That's a very extraordinary attitude to take,
It is
Doctor.
the attitude which I choose to take. You will stop meddling with my affairs, sir.
Look here, Dr. Hakim. Dr. Hakim, I have no interest for the moment in the reasons for your wife's having left you, but
I'll tell you why she left me. She left me for another man.
I said I have no interest in her reasons, sir, at the moment.
I'm being disgraced. I am being ruined by this scandal. My practice, I should be ruined. Now you please come around so that all the neighbors may see. It is inexcusable.
Control yourself, sir. I'm interested in finding Maggie Rowlandson for her parents.
She is with my wife in Glasgow, Edinburgh.
Is she?
Of course I told you so. Now, will you do something to end this persecution?
I told you there is no persecution, Doctor.
Will you put a notice in the papers that I had nothing to do with my wife's leaving me? Will you swear?
You're being silly, Doctor.
No, you are ruining my practice.
I don't believe so,
I
Doctor.
demand that you give out a statement to the public that I know nothing at all about this.
Except that you know where your wife and Miss Rowlandson are.
Will you give me a statement, sir?
Dr. Hakim, when I'm thoroughly convinced that you have no connection with either your wife's going away nor of Miss Rowlandson's unexplained departure...
I had nothing to do with either of them. My wife left me and took Mattie with her.
When I'm thoroughly convinced of that, Doctor, I'll be glad to say so to any of your patients, present or prospective, that you care to send me.
How dare
Until then, if I need you, I shall send for you. Good day, sir.
You are persecuting me because I'm an Indian, isn't it?
You are being offensive, sir.
You think you are a great big superior Englishman and so on.
Yes,
therefore you can... What do you want?
Sergeant, show Dr. Hakim the exit, please.
Yes, sir. Will you come this way?
I will not come this way. I want justice. I will stay here until... All right. I'm coming. You're bigger than I am. You're English. You're
Exit
fully...
this way, sir.
Ratty little Bruce. Oh, hello. Put me through to Sergeant Barnes over in Moffat in Dumfriesshire, if you please. Quite. Dumfriesshire is in Scotland. Right.
He's gone, sir. Oh, excuse me, sir. I had this express message for you when you rang for me. From Edinburgh.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll wait. Edinburgh.
Barnes here.
Oh, Sergeant Barnes, Watt here. I was just calling to tell you that... First of all, have you heard anything more in the way of clues? You were starting to tell me.
Just that we found that one of the pieces of the body, sir, was wrapped up in a pair of child's rompers, sir.
Rompers?
Yes, sir. The other parts were wrapped up in old papers, old rags, a bit of sheeting. But this, it appears to be a part of a left leg, was wrapped up in these kids' rompers. That's all. So if that'll help...
Well, I had this chap in here, and a remarkably unpleasant little man. He confirms that both of our so-called missing women are safe in Edinburgh. So I'm afraid that your Lancaster theory rather collapses.
Oh, that's too bad, sir. I had great hopes of you taking this off her hands.
No, I think not. As a matter of fact, I just had an express message from the Edinburgh Police. I'll read it to you. Half a sec. Chief Constable, etc., that's me.
What do they say, sir?
Well, I'm afraid I gave it back rather too quickly, Sergeant.
You what, sir?
And here's the message from Edinburgh. Subject person has been contacted. Says has not seen subject of inquiry, Mrs. Hakim, since last New Year's Day in Lancaster. Has never seen subject Maggie Rowlinson. Hodson, Edinburgh
fine.
Police. What'd you say, Sergeant?
I said, I wish you luck, sir.
It was raining quite hard when I arrived, full of beans, at the door of number 2 Dalton Square to demand explanations from the little doctor. I thumped the door vigorously, and out of time, it opened.
The doctor, I did. Oh, it's you, Constable.
Where is he, Mrs. Music?
Out, sir. Calling on patients. He certainly did give me what for.
May I come in out of the rain, please?
Oh, if you must,
Thank
sir. Wipe your boots on the mat. It's mucky enough in here anyways, though Lord knows I try to keep it tidy. What do you want now? She ain't here. Neither one of them's here.
Neither Mrs. Hakim nor Maggie, what's her name, Rowlinson?
Nor the doctor. Now, what did you want, sir? He ain't here.
Very important that I see him. Where do you expect I might find him? Or when will he be back?
That's the way I got into trouble the other day, answering questions.
Now, look here, Mrs. Music.
He says it ain't good for business. He said if I'd done it again, I'd lose my situation, and I'm not going to lose my situation.
If you'll just tell me when the doctor will be back, Mrs. Music.
He'll be back tonight. He's going to have tea with the children.
What children?
Oh, don't love me how it's raining. Well, that'll be good for the carpet.
Carpet?
Oh, now you do ask questions, don't you?
What children?
The doctors. They're staying with Dr. Mattoon and his wife since the missus went away. That's why the carpets are soaking in the rain.
Mrs. Music, will you please...
To wash the blood out of them.
What blood?
It's been on them ever since the day she went away, and I don't know any way to get it out, so I'm soaking them in the rain. And...
Whose blood? Whose blood is it, I mean?
There was blood all over the surgery and on the stair carpet. You helped me with the stair carpet just then, for which I thank you, sir.
Whose blood?
Huh? Oh, blood ain't no treat around here, sir. The doctor's always cutting people up, committing operations and all.
Whose blood, I say?
Oh, you needn't yell at me. I can hear all right. Why, his, of course.
His? The doctor's?
Of course.
How did his blood get on us?
When I come to work that Monday morning, he told me the missus had run away from him, so he took the kids to stay with Mrs. Mattoon, like I said before. And when he come back, he tried to open a tin of peaches for his breakfast, and he cut his hand dreadful on the tin opener. Didn't you see he was still bandaged up?
Yes.
There was blood every place in the house. On the rug, on his waistcoat.
He bled a lot.
Well, you wouldn't think one person could bleed so much and still walk about.
Who dressed his hand?
He dressed it himself. Wouldn't even let me put Zambuck on it. He's very accomplished, sir. Oh, dear me.
What's the matter?
Oh, I knowed he'd forget to take them. You see?
What are those things?
Oh, I told him he'd forget them. Now what are those poor kiddies going to do with them?
What are they?
Rompers. Don't you recognize rompers? Haven't you got any kiddies? I told him to take them.
Whose are they?
All except that one pair that belonged to young Allen. I don't know how anybody could lose a pair of rompers.
Is there a telephone here, Mrs. Music?
In the surgery there, but I'm not sure the doctor
There's half a crown. Say nothing about it.
You are bar music, that red bow tie you've been wanting.
In here, Mrs. Music?
It's his birthday Wednesday. What'd you say? Oh, yes, it's in there, sir. Thank you.
One more question, Mrs. Music. What color hair did Maggie Rowlinson have?
Had, sir? Well, she's got ginger hair. Real bright red.
Thank you, Mrs. Music. This is Chief Constable Watt. Put me through to Sergeant Barnes at the Moffat Police Station. Quickly, do you hear? It was 8 o'clock in the evening when Sergeant Barnes arrived at 2 Dalton Place. I'd urged Mrs. Music to wait. Come in, Barnes, I said. Did you bring them?
Yes, sir. Right here.
What on earth?
Know what these are, Mrs. Music?
Well, of course I do. Where'd you get them all bloody like this? Is there blood on everything?
What are they?
Why, they're little Alan's rottens that was lost.
How do you know?
Well, right there. The patch I sewed on myself out of Music Sanderson Gingham's shirt. Of course I know. Where'd you get them?
Why, Miss Maggie Rowlandson had them.
Oh, well, there's the doctor. Look, you gentlemen, you can...
Mrs. Music, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
I'm here also, Dr. Hakim.
Now, what are you wanting in my house?
I want to see you, sir.
And may I know who you are, please?
I'm Sergeant Barnes of the Dumfriesshire Constabulary, sir. I want to see you, too.
Now, look here. What is this?
I found little Alan's romper that was lost, Doctor. Aren't you glad?
No, I don't think he's very glad, Mrs. Music. Doctor, may I look at that bandaged hand where you cut it on the chin opener and where you bled so profusely?
Stand away from me. Stand away from me, I tell you.
Hold his hand, Barnes.
Yes, sir.
Don't touch my hand. Let go.
I'll be quite gentle, Doctor, but I've got to get that bandage off. There's no blood here. Now, there. Look, Barnes.
Yes, sir.
What? Let me see. Why the rightly cut on that hand? Well, where did all the blood come from, then?
Yes, Doctor. Where did all the blood come from? Johanga Sorabi Hakim, alias Dr. John Hakim, I arrest you for the murder of your common law wife and of Maggie Rowlandson. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. He admitted it, finally. He had murdered his wife in a fit of insane rage when he discovered that she had met, quite innocently, incidentally, the man of whom he was insanely jealous, though without any cause whatever. The maid, Maggie Rowlandson, was killed in an attempt to defend her mistress. In one day, the murders had been committed on Saturday night. He had dissected the bodies, removed all means of identification, and at night had scattered the neatly wrapped parcels containing the bodies from the bridge on the Edinburgh Road. The two professors from the university were able to reassemble the mangled bits to such an extent that there was no question of their identity at last. Dr. Hakim, which was not his name, was tried for murder at Manchester Assizes and found guilty. He was hanged at Strangeways Prison 3 weeks later. Same hangman who works for Scotland Yard officiated.
Heard in the honor of their appearance on Whitehall 1212 today were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Pat O'Malley, Lester Fletcher, Patricia Courtley, and Morris Delamore. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. As individuals, we can't solve all of the problems of international strife and tension. But as individuals, we can declare ourselves on the side of friendship and goodwill. The best way to express your goodwill is through CARE, C-A-R-E, the non-profit international organization that delivers food and clothing packages to the needy in other lands. For complete information, get it at CARE offices throughout the nation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are
they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 604-MR530 from the official files of Scotland Yard. Leo M. Stefanovich, former member of the Polish Navy.
Yes, I deserted the Navy.
Marian Konieczki, who'd fought in Spain.
What I am interested in is money.
Kazimir Kashuba, who was found dead. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc.
It's a living.
Superintendent Alistair Watkins of Scotland Yard.
I must warn you that if you expect high adventure in Limehouse or sinister Orientals lurking in dark byways, you'd best turn off your wireless now. We're quite ordinary people at Scotland Yard. Professional policemen, catchers of criminals, and we don't go in much for the picturesque, the way we're sometimes pictured. However, if you'd like to see how we proceed upon a case, I'll ask you to step inside our Black Museum and meet the man in charge of it. Come in. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who's in charge here.
Well, how do you do? I'm afraid that the so-called Black Museum is neither black nor a museum, nor is it the Grand Guignol. We have here a large number of guns, knives, other weapons which have been used in crimes. We have also disguises, clothing, exhibits of all sorts that have helped in solving many of these crimes.
I think you ought to explain, John, why we keep these gruesome relics.
Yes, indeed. They're here for a purpose quite removed from idle curiosity. They're principally for the use of the men of Scotland Yard in studying crime techniques and exemplars of crime methods. They bring to life the cold words contained in our files, and the most useful as well as graphic. For example, in this case, Superintendent Watkins is reenacting for you. Now, this is a bullet that killed a man. It was fired from this gun, 32 caliber Waltham automatic pistol. And it was Scotland Yard's job to prove that. And this, the top of an ordinary mechanical pencil. This was a very important bit of evidence. Just a cheap little metal pencil.
It wasn't cheap for the man who lost it, John.
Well, it cost him his life, you see.
We were standing in the corner of a saloon bar in Whitechapel, talking. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc, and me. I expect you don't know what a narc is. N-A-R-K. In America, I think you call him a stool pigeon. Every detective in the world has his pet narc, and Albert Stevens was mine. It was an insignificant place we were in, and Albert Stevens' 2 mild and bitters had set him talking 16 to the dozen.
I don't suppose you'd know him by sight, sir, but I could tell you how to find him. That is, I've seen him about here and there. It's American cigarettes they're handing now, but they ain't got many left. And when they're sold out of them, they'll try something else.
Have you got any ideas, Albert?
No, sir, not yet. But it'll be something big, I'm sure of that.
Do they know you, do you suppose?
Nobody notices a taxi driver, sir. They've rode in my cab twice now, and they've never even looked at my face. But I've looked at them.
Will you have another mild and bitter, Albert?
Well, I wouldn't say no, sir. Here, miss. Fill this up here, will you, again? Will you? Thank you. They're some kind of foreigners, sir, they are. Thank you, miss. This I know. They're in the black market up to here.
You said that. What kind of foreigners?
I can't understand them much, except when they talk about, well, what they think is English. Greeks or Spaniards or Russians, I think. All 3 of them. Oh, they tip quite nice, too.
But you're sure they're in the black market?
No doubt about it, sir. I hear enough about it.
Don't know their names?
Well, one is called Marion.
Marion?
And the other's name is Kashmir. Kashmir. Maybe he's an Hindu. And the other is a gentleman in some kind of navy, sir. Not ours. Some foreign navy. He wears a uniform.
Who seems to be the boss?
Well, I'd say this here Kashmir is, sir. He's an odd man, he is, sir.
Is that all you know about them, then?
That's all I know right now, sir. Well, ain't that worth 3 pints of mild and bitter, sir?
Just about, Albert.
Well, I was sort of hoping you'd have a spare 10-shilling note on you, sir.
I have, Albert, but not for you, my lad. When you've something better than a comic trio of foreigners who gibber about American cigarettes, maybe, but not till then.
Would you like to buy a magnificent new solid gold mechanical pencil, sir? Here. A sacrifice for 10 shillings.
Where'd you get it?
A lady gave it to me, sir. Now, what say 7 and 6 to you, sir?
Come now, Albert. You know that's worth all of 9 pence.
9 pence, then, sir? I need the money.
Come off it, Albert.
Well, then, sir, What did you say if I told you these foreign blokes is murderers?
Shouldn't believe a word of it.
Oh, they might be, sir.
Well, when you can prove it, come round and see me, Albert.
Well, don't I get another pint, sir?
Here, miss. Another of the same for my friend here. Night, Albert. Scotland Yard next morning, I walked leisurely down the long corridor on the second floor that leads to my office. A voice hailed me as I opened the door to my office, and I looked back. It was Detective Sergeant Llewellyn, a Welshman who had been a constable at the Water Street police station when I was a sergeant. Here was a welcome face. David, I said, I've not seen you in 6 months.
Longer than that, indeed, Superintendent. It's 10 months, and I'm very glad to be seeing you.
Where have you been?
To the Army all this time, sir. I was seconded to MI5.
Yes, I heard that.
It was tiresome work, but now I'm back, thanks indeed to the Lord.
Taking a well-earned rest, I expect.
Oh, indeed, to goodness, no. There's no rest for the wicked. I'm on a case already.
Can we have dinner this evening, then?
I'm not so sure, sir.
What have they given you?
Oh, a murder.
Good bloody one?
I've just seen the man. He's bloody enough, indeed. They found him shot to death in his car early this morning.
Where?
Chepstow Place, Notting Hill. The constable who found him in his car, parked beside the curb, thought he was taken with drink and sound asleep. But it was a .32 caliber bullet in the back of his neck and out the front of his head. Very gory.
Know who he was?
A foreigner, it seems, with the name of Casimir Kasuba.
Oh.
Whatever's the matter, then? Do you know him?
Come on in my room here. I don't know the chap, but I have an idea I know someone who does.
Well, indeed, to goodness.
Come on in while I telephone. I've got his number in my book here. At least a number where I can reach him. Ah, here it is.
Whoever is he, Superintendent?
Chap named Albert Stevens, a narc. Talking to him just last night. Mentioned a chap named Kashmir, he called him. Foreigner. Just might be. Now, where is the beggar? Every little bit.
Yes? Who is it?
Oh, hello. Is Albert there? Albert Stevens?
Yes, been home since yesterday morning. Who wants him?
When he comes in, tell him to telephone Watkins. Watkins, got that?
Hoskins?
Watkins. Watkins. He knows me.
What do you want?
Just tell him to call me, that's all.
Does he know where to call?
Yes, it's very important. Do you understand?
He ain't come home since yesterday morning.
All right, have him telephone me at once.
You needn't shout at me, Mr. Bloodywell Watkins.
Goodbye. Not there. No, telephone me. I say, where can I reach you?
Oh, I've got all this report on the man to write up, for goodness sake. I'll be in my office till noon.
Oh, he'll telephone me before that, I'm sure.
Well, I must be going, sir.
I'm sorry I couldn't reach him just now. But I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear from him.
I'll be very grateful to you, sir. It was good seeing you again.
Been a long time, Llewellyn. Well, goodbye.
So long.
So long, old chap. Oh, you dropped something.
Eh? Where?
There on the floor beside your right foot.
Oh, must suppose this.
What is it?
Found it in the car with the dead man.
Huh?
A top off a cheap mechanical pencil.
Let's see it. Do you mind?
Not at all. Don't have to be careful of fingerprints. They've had it in the laboratory. Nothing on it.
That's it.
Beg your pardon, sir?
I've seen this pencil before, Lou.
Oh, millions of them about, no doubt. The chap that was killed must have lost it.
No.
Eh?
I've seen this particular one before. I saw it last night.
I don't follow you, sir.
Huh. That settles it. Look here, closely.
Yes?
See these initials scratched on it? Very tiny, yeah. Probably done with a pocket knife. See it? A.S.
By crikey, A.S., that's what they are. Whose do you suppose?
He offered to sell it to me last night.
Who?
Albert Stevens, the copper's narc. I was just trying to telephone.
Goodness sake.
So that's why he hasn't come home.
Eh?
He said he knew this Casimir. He said Casimir had money. And money was what he needed.
Well, Casimir was robbed, we know that. But I never knew a copper's narc to have the courage to commit murder, sir.
Why, I bought him the courage, old boy. 4 pints of mild and bitter. Suppose that makes me an accessory to murder?
The constables who were dispatched to the home of Albert Stevens reported that he was still absent. At 11 the next morning, he had not yet come home. His wife knew nothing of his whereabouts, nor did the garage people, where he usually kept his cab. At noon, a teletype signal was sent to all metropolitan police stations giving a description of the man and the number of his cab, GLP 301. The same information was published next day in Metropolitan Informations, which goes to all police officers. There was no immediate response. Neither the man nor the cab could be found. By now, Superintendent Watkins had been officially assigned to the case, and on the morning of the 4th day, we held a strategy meeting in his office. He had some new information for me.
They found the gun.
Indeed, sir.
They've been taking the car to pieces down at Hendon for us, you know. They found a .32 caliber Walther automatic pistol hidden in the lining of the top.
Good.
Our friend Casimir was killed by a .32 caliber bullet, you know. And ballistics assures me that this is the gun from which it was fired.
Good. Fingerprints?
What?
Fingerprints.
None. The ballistics say they're sure that more than one shot was fired from the gun.
How could they tell that?
There are 2 cartridges missing from the clip. And it seems they found too much powder fouling in the receiver and the barrel for one shot. I don't quite understand, but they're quite positive.
They find more than one bullet?
Only the one that went through Casimir's head. It was embedded in the dash of the car.
Where's this other one, then?
Somebody else's body, I expect.
That?
Whose, I say?
Yes.
Oh, blast. Superintendent Watkins here.
Hi, Watkins. Fletcher here, T Division.
Hello, Sailor.
Again, we found your man Albert Stevens.
Oh, good. Found him.
Oh.
Where was he?
Sitting in his taxicab.
Where?
At the bottom of the Thames.
What?
Near Wapping Old Stairs. One of our boats found him.
Is he dead?
Twice dead, old chap. Drowned and a bullet through his heart.
Well, so that's where the other bullet went. I admit I'd more or less dropped a brick in pinning all my hopes of a quick solution of the case on Albert Stevens. Llewellyn and I moved at once to realign our strategy. This was our estimate of the situation.
It is possible that Stevens did murder Casimir, of course.
Possible, but not probable.
The forensic laboratory people, the ballistics people, say that the bullet they found in Stevens' body was fired from the same gun that killed Casimir.
The .32 Walther automatic they found in the car.
But then, who killed who?
I suspect that since the gun was found in the car with Casimir, he was the last one shot, wouldn't you?
Well, then, of course, Stevens couldn't have killed him.
Right. Stevens must have been dead and at the bottom of the Thames when Casimir was shot.
Then who killed Casimir? Obviously not Stevens.
The forensic laboratory can tell us who died first, I hope.
We know.
How?
The gun. It was with Casimir, remember? Unless someone shot him, then took the gun and killed Stevens with it, pushed him into the Thames, and then brought the gun back.
Sounds silly.
Indeed.
Then who shot Casimir?
One of Stevens' friends might have if he knew Casimir killed Stevens. Revenge.
How do we know Casimir shot Stevens?
Well,
Besides, Stevens didn't have any friends. Except me. And I don't think I did it.
His wife, perhaps?
Yeah. Perhaps. Well, besides, how could she get that gun?
No friends.
None I know of. I knew Albert rather well.
What?
Casimir had friends, though. Albert told me about them.
Who?
A man named, woman's name, Marion.
I don't know. Him.
And a man who wears a foreign Navy uniform.
Polish? Casimir was Polish. And a deserter.
I suspect our man's a deserter, too. They were all mixed up in the black market, Albert said.
What sort of black market, sir?
Oh, all sorts, it appears.
Why should they kill Casimir? Or Albert Stevens?
Well, Albert, that's simple. They found out he was an informer, a narc.
Why Casimir?
Oh, people had been murdered for money before. Perhaps Casimir was cheating them. He was apparently the boss.
Well, a crook who cheats a fellow crook is asking for it.
Let's get on to Marion and the Navy officer.
All we have to do is find them.
Now, allow me to digress for a moment. There was, of course, no record anywhere of Casimir's former address. We put people on that at once, suspecting that Marion and the Navy officer might live close to Casimir's home. But another day dragged by without tangible result. I was sitting gloomily in my office, trying to think of a more tenable theory than the one we had tentatively adopted. Oh, blast the phone. Yes, Watkins here.
Delighted to see you, sir. Inspector.
What's her name?
Name, please.
Miss Dottie Telfer.
Spell it, please.
TalianeRro. You've heard of me. I'm the actress.
Miss Dottie Telfer, sir. And...
Actress. You know me.
Actress, sir.
What's she want?
She says it's in connection with Casimir... What was the name, miss?
Kashuber, I said.
I heard her.
Yes, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir.
And ask Sergeant Llewellyn if he'll just step in here.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Good afternoon, madam.
Are you Superintendent Watkins?
I am. Sit down, madam.
I thank you.
You said you knew something about Casimir Kashuber.
Yeah, I saw in the Express that he's dead.
Extremely.
And good enough for him, I'd say.
You knew him?
Yes, he was a crook.
I'm afraid you're rather late in telling us that, madam.
Well, I mean to say,
What sort of dealings did you have with him?
I never had any. Well, I mean, he cheated me, and now he's dead. How am I going to get back the £17 I gave him? That's what I want to know.
Why did you give him £17?
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Oh, come on in, Llewellyn. This is Miss Dottie...
Telfer. I'm a music hall star at the Shepherd's Bush Empire.
How do you do, madam?
Sit down, Llewellyn. Seems Miss Telfer has given Casimir £17.
Whatever for, miss?
Well, I suppose it was rather silly of me, but I couldn't resist it.
Resist what?
Well, I was having a late supper after the show last Tuesday, and there was a man, Kashmir Kashuber it turned out to be, sitting 2 tables away from me.
That the first time you met him?
Of course. Do you think that... On the table before him was the most magnificent handbag.
Handbag?
A woman's handbag, the kind I hadn't seen for simply years. I couldn't resist doing what I did.
What did you do, madam?
Oh, I know it's breaking the law, but isn't everyone in the black market?
Not everyone exactly.
Oh, well, I just stepped over to the table and introduced myself, and he gave me his name, and I said, would you mind terribly telling me where you got that adorable bag? I wanted one myself, you know.
Black market.
So he said he manufactured them and that I could have one if I liked. All I had to do was to give him £17 so that he could buy the special leather it was made of. And in a day or two, I could call at his flat and it'd be ready for me, do you see?
And you fell for that old one?
You called at his flat?
Would you believe it? When I called, he professed never having seen me. He said he was not a manufacturer.
He wasn't.
And nothing I could say would make him give me back my £17 or the bag.
And did you kill him then?
I did not.
Later, perhaps.
I never killed anyone in my life. I'm a law-abiding...
Will you give us the address, my dear law-abiding young woman?
Oh, it's in Maida Vale somewhere. I think I have it here, in my shabby old handbag.
Thank you very much, Miss...
Telfer.
An actress, I think you said, yes. Well, that'll be all, Miss Telfer, and thank you very much. Come along, Llewellyn.
Yes, but how am I going to get
You're not going to get it back, Miss Telfer.
What?
You're very fortunate. The black markets cost you only £17. It cost Casimir his life. Ready, little one?
Within 20 minutes, a Scotland Yard car dropped us at the address in Maida Vale Miss Telfer, actress, had supplied us. We interviewed the proprietor of that dismal place, a cross-eyed young man in an unusually dirty waistcoat in the red Mingus tartan. His name, he informed us, was Ian Kalbfleisch, and he had a cold.
No, he ain't here. We're quite aware of that, my good man. He's dead.
Did you murder him?
No. Are you in the black market, too? No.
May we see his room?
Say this anymore. Whose is it, then? Another man. Who? An officer. Navy officer. Oh? RN, RNR, or RNVR? Not one of ours. Polish Navy.
When did this Polish naval officer take the room, Mr. Kalbfleisch?
Day after the murder.
Oh, you know the day of the murder, then?
I can read. Was it all the papers? Is this man here now? No. Will he return? He always has.
Was this naval officer a friend of Casimir's?
I don't know. May we see the room? Got a warrant? Yes. All right. Second door on the left. Come on, Lou.
All right.
It's unlocked. Come on. No, leave the door open, Lou. Our friend with a runny nose might just warn him that we're here.
Right. I'll keep watch.
While Llewellyn kept watch from the open door, I made a quick search of the place. I found nothing at all of any apparent importance until I went through the pockets of the navy greatcoat in the closet. I was about to exhibit my findings to Llewellyn when he hissed sharply at me from the doorway. What's up?
Chap coming in, wearing a navy uniform.
People in your room, Commander.
Who are they?
Police. Scotland Yard.
What do they want?
If you'll come in, Commander, we'll be glad to tell you.
Who are you?
Sergeant Llewellyn of Scotland Yard. I think you'd best come in, sir. Come in, sir.
What is the meaning of this, may I ask?
What is your name, please?
Leo M. Stefanowitz, Commander, Polish Navy. What do you want?
I should like to ask you a question.
Well?
May I ask you where you got this mechanical pencil, sir?
I will tell you. I got it,
Well, where did you get it?
I didn't kill him.
Kill whom, Commander?
Why, Casimir Kashuba.
This was Albert Stevens' pencil, Commander.
I didn't kill Albert.
The top of this pencil was found in the car with Casimir Kashuba's body, Commander.
I didn't do it.
Perhaps you can explain, then.
Yes, I...
Well?
Marion did the killing.
Oh, indeed, Marion.
Yes, I told him not... It was Marion who did it, not me.
Oh, our friend Marion. He did it.
Yes, I am telling you the truth. Marion.
You know where Marion is?
I will take you to him. Yes, I will help you. He did it, and I will help you find him. Please, let me take you to him.
Please.
Will you please? Casimir was my friend.
I'm just wondering something, Inspector.
Huh?
I am wondering if Albert Stevens was also his friend.
Let's go and find your friend Marion, shall we, Commander?
It was a quiet little hotel we drove to in the West End. Inspector Watkins and me and the commander all jammed in the police car together. The clerk nodded in a familiar way to Stefanowitz when we entered.
Is my friend in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't announce us, please. We will work the lift ourselves. Get in, gentlemen.
All right.
Now, we shall see justice done.
Indeed.
The first floor, gentlemen. The door directly opposite. Here.
Who is he?
Leo, Marion.
Who is with you?
No one.
Come in. Ah, Leo, my boy, I am glad.
We are from Scotland Yard, sir. I warn you, both of you, that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What is the meaning of this? You murderer. What? Yes, these gentlemen have come to arrest you for the murder of Casimir.
Sacre, you traitor! You coward!
Arrest him, gentlemen. He is the murderer.
You look, this man. He's the one who fired shot.
Huh?
He's the one who did it. I see him do it.
You see me? You know you did it. He is the one, gentlemen.
I'm not. He should catch me from behind as I sit in front seat.
I was in a front seat. He did it.
Sacre!
Oh, tak for yourself, Marian Konechny. You murderer, you thief, you...
Gentlemen, Marian Konechny and Leo Stefanovich, I arrest you both on suspicion of having been involved in the murder of Casimir Kashuba and of Albert Stevens. You've both been warned. Have you nothing to say? At the trial, the two men admitted all the details of the two murders. Albert Stevens, it seems, had talked too much about his relations with the police, and someone in a moment of rage had shot him, and his cab had been dumped into the Thames. Walking away from there together, they'd stolen a motor car. Casimir Kashuba, who had been drinking heavily, twitted his companions about the new hold he had on them as murderers. He boasted that he'd had no part in the crime, and one of the two men had shot him in the back of the neck with a Walther automatic pistol. Each man blamed the other. The jury took 25 minutes to decide who was guilty. Mr. Justice McConaughey placed the black cap on his head.
Marian Konechny, Leo Stefanovich, the jury have found you and each of you guilty of the murder of Casimir Kashuba. It is the sentence of the court that you and each of you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution, that you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your honors respectfully...
The two men appealed the verdict and won. They were immediately tried for the murder of Albert Stevens and again heard the fatal words,
that you there, each of you, be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
The latter sentence was carried out.
You have heard the eighth in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled by special permission from the official files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed. Otherwise, the story is true. Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Jack Goldstein and Collie Small. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure zooming your way today with Joel McRae featured in another authentic story based on the files of the Texas Rangers.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davison, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. This curious object, curious unless you happen to belong to the fraternity of the Green Thumb, is not in the strictest sense a lethal weapon, but like most implements of husbandry, quite simple to make it lethal. This thing, if I may be permitted the somewhat citified form of nomenclature, is used in the eradication of weeds in a garden or elsewhere. It operates something like this, I'm given to understand. Certain substance, a powder, placed in here. The nozzle, observe the nozzle, is then placed in juxtaposition with the aforesaid weed. The handle here is pushed vigorously, like this, and a cloud of the substance is ejected onto the weed, which thereupon perishes miserably. Such a device could be, and sometimes is indeed, equally fatal to human beings, for the powder it dispenses is arsenic, inasmuch as the former owner is no longer extant, having been hanged by the neck until dead. I shall ask Superintendent Frederick George Abbott to relate the essential facts of case number 87-300.
Superintendent Abbott has been retired from the CID for many years and is now in poor health. You will hear his voice as it must have sounded at the time of this case some 30 years ago.
Go to Hay, I was told, and I thought he was swearing at me. I quickly learned that Hay is only just across the border in Wales. The railway station, in fact, is in England. Hay is a little town, an old one, and the market centre for quite a countryside along the River Wye, the valley called Cusack Dingle, which separates the two countries. I sought out the local police sergeant, whose name was Jones.
Catesby ap Catesby Jones. Jones is a fairly common name in Wales, it is. But there are not so many of the ap Catesbys, I will assure you.
Oh?
I have lived here in Hay all of my life.
Then I take it that you know this chap quite well.
Yes, I know the foreigner quite well.
Foreigner? I'm talking about, what's his name, Major Birdsong?
Yes, the foreigner. He is an Englishman, Devonshire, isn't it? Where he comes from?
Sure, I don't know.
I know all about him. He came here long before the war. That would be 8 years ago, and he...
And he's still the foreigner.
Whoever is not born in Hay is a foreigner, Superintendent.
What else do you know about him, Sergeant?
Well, he became partner to Mr. Gwilym Evans, the solicitor. And when Mr. Evans died in 1913, he succeeded to the business.
Oh?
And then he went to the wars and came back a major. And then he wanted to become a partner of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Oh.
He was the other solicitor. He had an office opposite on Broad Street. But Mr. Arthur Hughes had a young relation with him in his office. And when he died, this young man, who had served with the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, took over the business by the terms of the will of Mr. Arthur Hughes.
Ah.
Which is why you have come down to Hay from London, do you see?
As through a glass darkly.
Okay.
As through a glass darkly, Sergeant. That's from the Bible, I think.
Indeed to goodness, from 1 Corinthians, sir.
You didn't tell me the name of this young man you speak of.
Oh, for heaven's sake, he is Mr. Owen Davies, who came so near being the late Mr. Owen Davies.
I thought it was a maid in Davies' house who almost died.
That is true, of course. But if Mr. Owen Davies had eaten one of the chocolates, he might have been made ill, and he might have died, Superintendent.
But he didn't.
God be thanked.
You're certain these chocolates were poisoned?
Dr. Llewellyn examined them, Superintendent.
Then why do you suspect this Major Birdsong Jones? You don't know the chocolates came from him, do you?
Who else would have a motive? And besides, isn't he a foreigner?
The next order of business, having arrived on the earliest of the 3 trains a day that served the town of Hay, was breakfast. And not bad either. Bacon and eggs, scones with bitter Dundee marmalade, several small oceans of tea. Not bad at all. Then Sergeant Jones and I called upon Mr. Owen Davies, the former Welsh Fusilier, who had avoided an untimely demise by not eating chocolates. I wanted to know more about that.
No, sir, I don't know where they came from.
Well, Mr. Davies, isn't it just a trifle unusual?
I know where they came from. Some shop or other in London, but who sent them, I don't know that.
Oh. Well, where do you think they came from?
Well, I thought my wife bought them, I suppose.
And indeed, to goodness, she thought Mr. Owen Davies had bought them, Superintendent.
So you tucked into them without asking anyone, eh?
I didn't eat any, Superintendent. Neither did my wife.
It was the maid, Gladys Powell. The maid, she ate one.
And became violently ill.
And it was arsenic poisoning. Dr. Llewellyn diagnosed and he called me.
Did she die?
By the grace of the Lord, no. But she was a very sick little girl.
Serves her right. Stealing chocolates.
Oh, I'd hardly call that stealing, Mr. Davies.
She'll not get another opportunity in my house. Sacked her.
And what made you suspicious of this other chap, Major Birdsong? Is that his name?
Kindly don't pronounce his name so loud, officer.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
He is looking at us at any moment, Superintendent.
What? Where?
Sit still, I beg you. His office is directly across the street.
Oh, you mentioned that, didn't you, Jones?
He is looking out of his window at us this moment.
Huh? Can see us then?
Aye.
You're sure he has no idea that he is suspected?
I am sure of that, sir.
Strikes me it's an awfully thin case against him, Jones. After all you have is the fact that he lost out on gaining this business. Look, the fellow's smiling over here. He's waving.
He'll be coming over here any minute now. No, Birdsong.
Oh, you're on good terms, eh?
One has to be.
He's wondering who you are, Superintendent.
No, that's not very dangerous.
I'm not so sure.
Look here, I came here to investigate an attempted murder, Mr. Davies. I'm beginning to believe that I'm wasting my time talking about a sordid little case of business jealousy or something like that.
Oh, no. We don't think so, sir.
Well, I know you don't think so, Jones.
Superintendent, you don't understand.
I don't like these village feuds.
Well, I must admit, Superintendent, you might think that is what is upsetting us.
I do.
But it is more than that, sir. Major Birdsong owes me and one of my principals a large sum of money which I have been pressing him to pay.
Yeah?
And Major Birdsong has been quite insistent that he cannot pay the sum, which, as I say, is quite considerable.
Is that a motive for attempting murder?
Well, Major Birdsong is a very violent man. Like so many small men, he's a very violent man.
Indeed, yes.
Has he threatened you?
He has indulged in some very violent language.
He's friendly enough now.
Still afraid of him.
And I, too, Mr. Davies.
May I ask why?
It's a long story.
Tell us.
Well, he lives across the border at Mayfield and Chusa Dingle.
Across the border, sir, in England.
Well, that's not so very reprehensible, Mr. Davies. Except you're a Welshman.
That's not the point, Superintendent.
What is then?
The man has rather extensive lawns and gardens at his home. And to hear him tell it, life with him is a continual battle with weeds.
Well, most gardeners...
He carries on a continuous war against weeds, quite savage,
He works harder destroying weeds than he does at his office.
Yes, with arsenic, weed killer, Superintendent.
He's the only man in the village who keeps a stock of pure arsenic on hand, Superintendent.
How do you know that?
From my father-in-law, the village chemist, who sells it to him.
Are you happily married, Mr. Davies?
Why,
I hope you are.
Why?
You just said that your wife's father also deals in arsenic, sir. In wholesale lots. Having left Mr. Owen Davies with what the Irish sometimes call a flea in his ear, I removed myself to ruminate a trifle. The suspicion of the foreigner, Major Birdsong, I must admit, appeared to me much disturbed, as I no doubt it also appears to you. Of the two, I was most impressed by Birdsong, although I'd had but scant opportunity to observe him from across the street. I went to call on him. I wanted to form a better opinion of the man. He was a small, dapper man with a most military moustache which seemed a trifle too large for him. Birdsong, I ventured.
I'm Major Birdsong, yes, sir. May I be of service to you?
I noted a black mourning band on the left sleeve of his jacket. Nobody told me about that. Another point in his favor, I noted mentally. Man still wearing mourning for first relatives, hardly the type to attempt murder. And Major Birdsong, I said, I'm Superintendent Abbott of Scotland Yard. He smiled cheerfully at me through his huge moustache.
Come to arrest me for sending poisoned shots at the Davies across the street?
Oh. You know about this thing, then, sir?
It's a little difficult to keep secrets, you know, in a town like this, Superintendent.
What sort of chap is this, Davies?
An amiable fathead. Not so amiable either. Rather soured on the world. I suppose you noticed his expression.
Well?
Took a machine gun bullet through his cheek at Hummel on the Somme. Stiffened up his face muscles, can't smile. Well, that's not much lost him. I never knew him to smile much before he was wounded. Poor chap.
What's this row between him and you?
Well, I was naturally a bit upset about the way he did me out of old Hugh's business, which I considered would someday be mine, and I was quite cut up. Natural, I suppose, but Davis. Odd beggar.
You owe him money?
Not anymore. If you've ever seen a mountain made out of a molehill, that was it.
I hear it involved a considerable sum of money.
He accused me. I saw you in his office with Dogberry Jones, the local limb of the law, a bit ago. He accused me as usual.
He wasn't very happy with you.
It was very annoying. It was quite legitimate, but he made rather an issue out of it. Principally, I think, because I was strapped and couldn't find the money at once.
But you settled that indebtedness now?
Yes. I fortunately came into some money recently, although it took most of it to pay off this fellow. I should be quite well off if he hadn't. Oh, well, it's all over now and forgotten.
I'm not so sure of that, Major Birdsong.
Oh, come now.
Well,
The men actually think I sent him poisoned chocolate.
He points to your use of arsenic.
I use my arsenic on weeds. Nasty things, I've been using arsenic for 8 years or more here. Or rather, my home. I haven't been accused of murder yet. Besides, I buy my arsenic from his father-in-law.
I pointed that out. How do he and the old gentleman get along?
Graciously.
Oh?
I think that wound of his has rather put him a little off his trolley, really. I've seen many a case like it. Nothing serious, you know, but, you know. I was in the army, you know.
So was I. Chief of Cornwall's Light Infantry.
I was in the ASC.
Then I take it that, so far as you're concerned, Major, there's no ill feeling between you.
Oh, decidedly not. Business? All fair in love and war, and business, you know. Why, as a matter of fact, he and I are driving over to my place, Mayfield, you know, in Cusop Dingle, my house for tea together. That's how unfriendly I am, Superintendent, even if I am a foreigner.
Well, don't serve chocolate, Major Birdsong. That's my advice. Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. Much later in the afternoon, I sat in the saloon bar of the Red Dragon with Sergeant Catesby, F. Catesby Jones, and Dr. David Llewellyn, the local doctor who had diagnosed the illness of Davy's maid as arsenic poisoning. We drank sparingly of the local beer.
I gather you don't think so much of the case, Superintendent.
I've seen and heard very little so far to convince me that your Major Birdsong's a potential murderer, Sergeant Jones.
Well, Gladys Powell was certainly poisoned by arsenic, sir, as Dr. Llewellyn can tell you himself.
There is no doubt of that, Superintendent. If I had not taken prompt preventive measures, she would be dead this minute, so she would.
Who supplied the poison, Doctor?
I know of no place in this vicinity where arsenic is kept except at Birdsong's.
And the chemist?
Well, yes, that's the chemist.
Who is Owen Davy's father-in-law?
That is so.
You think Birdsong, though? Don't you, Doctor?
Dr. Llewellyn, I'm thinking perhaps Superintendent should know about Mrs. Birdsong.
What about her?
She died.
Is that why he's wearing the mourning band on his sleeve?
It is.
Recent, then?
Quite.
Mm-hmm. Did she leave him some money?
She did.
That is where Major Birdsong got all the money to pay Mr. Owen Davies.
And just in time.
Oh. What'd she die of?
Sergeant, you're not drinking your beer. Pour some of it in my glass.
Here, let me get you one.
No, this is quite enough. I do not indulge very often. Thank you, Catesby.
Here, let me...
No, Superintendent, thank you.
You were talking about Mrs. Birdsong, Doctor.
Yes. She was the one in the family who had the money. Birdsong never had anything.
Not a farthing.
Not till she died.
Correct. Mrs. Birdsong had always been a little, shall I say, unstable. I was a physician, you see. About a year ago, she developed certain symptoms.
All right, Doctor. What kind of symptoms?
Her mind.
Oh.
And at last, I, together with Dr. Thomas Rattray of Carmarthen, an old and valued friend of mine, and an excellent man, certified her as insane. She was in an asylum at Gloucester for some 7 months, Superintendent.
She died there?
No. She recovered rather well. Not completely, you understand, but legally sane.
Legally?
What do you know about this, sir?
Indeed, I know all about it, sir.
She was brought home to Cusop Dingle, Mayfield, their home. Do get me another beer. I'm thirsty.
I'll get it, sir.
That is good of you, Catesby. About a month after she returned home, I must add that Major Birdsong was most insistent that she be released from the asylum. About a month later, she developed another symptom, physical symptom, and then she died.
Here you are, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Catesby.
You didn't say what sort of symptoms, Dr. Llewellyn.
But I'm a true Welshman, and this man is an outlander, an Englishman. But I am also a doctor of medicine, and I have taken the oath of Hippocrates, and I will not suborn myself. He is a foreigner, but I can't help that.
I know that, sir.
Where is my beer? When her will was admitted to probate...
Just in time, Superintendent.
Just in time, leaving him all her money and cutting off the rest of her relations, father, brother, all of them, without a sixpence, two things came to light. One, the will was a new one, legal, of course, drawn up only a week after she returned from the asylum. Sergeant Jones, you may tell the superintendent what else was discovered.
There are certain irregularities in the witnessing of the document, sir. Indeed, there was a considerable disagreement about it, but it was finally decided that the man had had trouble enough with his wife insane and then dying. Nothing was said about it. But the evidence is there.
Yes, it is.
If evidence indeed it be, sir.
I'd like you to tell me about those symptoms of Mrs. Birdsong's, Dr. Llewellyn.
After carefully going over those symptoms in my mind, as best my memory serves,
Yes?
and in the light of certain recent occurrences of which you are now aware,
Get on with it, Doctor.
I am prepared to state that her symptoms might, mind you, have been those of arsenic poisoning.
But you cannot prove that, Doctor.
A post-mortem examination could, Superintendent.
You realize what that would mean?
Shall the wicked escape while the hunters rest?
I thought for a long time that night, to the ruin of a good night's sleep, would the Director of Public Prosecutions take seriously the views of this country doctor and this country police sergeant, and order an exhumation and a post-mortem examination of the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong? Or would they consider me a gull, a too ready believer in gossip? I fell asleep after a long time, and I was awakened by the clatter of a bell in my ears. Telephone. Hello?
Is that Superintendent Abbott?
Yes. This is Superintendent Abbott here. Who?
Sergeant Catesby and Catesby Jones here, sir.
Who? Oh. Hello, Jones. What on earth?
Sir, I would never think of waking you at this hour of the morning.
What time is it?
4:26.
4:26. In the morning?
Yes, sir. Sir, I wouldn't have waked you up if it had not been for Dr. Llewellyn, I assure you.
Dr. Llewellyn, what's the matter with Dr.
He'll talk to you, sir. He's right here, Dr. Llewellyn.
Where are you? Police station?
Hello, Abbott. That you? Mrs. Llewellyn here.
Yes, this is Abbott, Doctor. What's happened?
We're at Mr. Owen Davies' home, Superintendent.
Davies? Has he been hurt?
No, he is very seriously ill.
Ill? What's the matter?
I think I got here in time.
What's the matter?
You remember he went to tea at Major Birdsong's last night, Abbott?
Yes, of course.
He was taken extremely ill here in his home.
But what?
He has had nothing whatever to eat since leaving Major Birdsong's home.
What are you trying to tell me, Doctor?
About his symptoms, Superintendent. They're exactly the same as those of the maid Gladys Powell and of the late Mrs. Birdsong. Arsenic poisoning.
I hurried, of course, to the home of Mr. Owen Davies, who was moaning and feeling very ill indeed. Fortunately, said Dr. Llewellyn to me, arsenic is thrown off quite rapidly from the human body.
So he's in scant danger now, but it might very easily have been fatal.
You can be certain that this is arsenic poisoning, Doctor?
No. I cannot be absolutely certain by what rough and ready tests I've been able to make yet, but we'll know very soon.
How's that?
I've sent Catesby Jones with samples to the Clinical Research Association, and they'll find out for me whether arsenic is present.
It couldn't be anything else.
He has the symptoms of a severe bilious attack, that's true, but that rapid pulse, that could be arsenic's doing.
You're not sure, then?
Frankly, no.
That you will know?
One way or the other before very long.
May I talk to him?
Yes, of course. Not very long, though, of course.
Of course.
In here.
Well, Davis, what happened to you? Anything about your suspicions, does he, Doctor?
No, of course not.
What happened, Davies?
That fellow down there tried to poison me.
You had tea with him at his home, didn't you?
Yes, he had scones.
And what?
Scones, you know. Those Scottish cakes. I love the blasted things. That's given me this... Oh! Indigestion.
Did he eat any of them, too?
Birdsong?
Yes.
No. I wish he had. Doctor, this is indigestion, isn't it? I'm not going to die, am I, Doctor?
Eventually, Owen, but I doubt you will this time.
I really thought he did poison me. After all, he did try at once.
You really do dislike the man, don't you, Davis?
Now, Owen, don't excite yourself now. Come along, Superintendent. We've had long enough with him now.
I'm going sick.
Hand me that basin, Abbott, and get out.
I got out. I went and sat in Mr. Owen Davies' chair by the fireplace in the sitting room and waited. I heard footsteps creaking down the stairway. That was Mrs. Davies, I assumed. I remember hearing Dr. Llewellyn's voice and the woman's, and I drifted off to sleep. It was still less than 5:30 in the morning after all. And then I was awakened by a distant telephone bell. And I listened.
Yes? Dr. Llewellyn speaking. Oh, good morning, Catesby. You got there all right? There was someone there. They made their test. What was it? What did they find, Catesby? Good. I'll tell Superintendent Abbott. He'll want to know.
I was on my feet before he finished talking.
Abbott!
What did they find?
What I suspected. Arsenic.
John Davidson here, Black Museum, you know. Superintendent Abbott's mind was, of course, made up. He petitioned the Director of Public Prosecutions for an exhumation order on the body of Mrs. Mildred Birdsong. He also arrested the Major for the attempted murder of Owen Davies.
I expect you want to know how the arsenic got into the poisoned chocolates that were intended for Owen Davies and presumably into the poisoned scones. You remember that squirt gun affair that Superintendent Davidson showed you in the Black Museum? Sergeant Catesby Ap Catesby Jones, who had kept the remainder of the poisoned candies, went over the Cusack Dingle to Birdsong's home, Mayfield. Tell us what you did, Sergeant.
I brought back that same squirt gun. It was still half full of arsenic, and tiny holes in the bottoms of the chocolates matched the nozzle of the thing perfectly. The arsenic had been injected into the candies, by goodness, and it was Major Birdsong's weed gun that had done it. For indeed to goodness, there were small traces of chocolate on the nozzle of the thing.
And so, indeed to goodness, we charged him with that, too. But we knew he couldn't be hanged for an unsuccessful murder, of course. And so did the Major himself. And so he sat in the village jail until a justice of the peace could see him. Until the late evening of that rainy day a week later. The body of Mrs. Birdsong was exhumed at 6 in the morning. It was taken to a 400-year-old stone house not far from Cusack churchyard where she had been buried. And there waited Norman Kirby, the Home Office pathologist, with Dr. Llewellyn and me. I stayed outside. At 4 that afternoon, Llewellyn came out. Well, Dr. Llewellyn, I said,
we found it.
Enough?
Some of the internal organs are fairly solid with it, Superintendent. We found, or rather Norman Kirby did, and he had the reagents to prove it, found nearly 3.5 grains of arsenic months after she was buried. A jury can't mistake that, my boy.
He stood up in the little cell when I opened the door. Albert Birdsong, I said, I arrest you on the charge of the willful murder of your wife, Mildred Clark Birdsong.
Correct.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Do you have your notebook, Sergeant Jones?
Indeed, to goodness I do, sir.
I'll make a statement. Yes, I killed her. I killed her because I had to have the money. I had to pay that... No point in calling names, is there? That fellow townsman of mine, Owen Davies. I'm sorry, but she wasn't much use anyway. Her mind, you know. It's a pity, but I had to do it. That's long and short of it. I'm sorry about Davies. I'm sorry I didn't succeed. He richly deserved it. After all, it was on his account I killed Mildred, Inspector. Why not hang him instead?
No. The jury at the Summer Assizes at Hereford, the murder was committed at their home in England, not in Wales where his office was situated. That jury recommended that Albert Birdsong himself be hanged, and so he was.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Superintendent Abbott. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Winston Ross, Lester Fletcher, Maurice Delamore, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories. Plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have been, for obvious reasons, changed. The stories are produced with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you will hear from Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. Here is Chief Superintendent Davidson.
Good afternoon. We have here in the Black Museum just about every kind of exhibit you or nearly anyone else could imagine. Weapons that have been used in murders are frequent. Garments worn by murdered persons or the persons who murdered them. Bloodstains, even many things more gruesome. But this exhibit is, I believe, genuinely unique. Do you recognize it? You should. It's an inspector's badge. An inspector of the CID, a genuine badge. It, too, was deeply involved in a murder case. This badge was once worn by Inspector George A. Frame. And here is former Inspector Frame himself, who I think will tell you all about how it came to be here. Go ahead, George.
Yes. My old badge. Let me hold it half a second, please, John. Yes, I was very proud of that badge once. I think I still am, even though it's an exhibit here on the Black Museum now. Yes. I think I'd been moderately successful as a police officer when Sir Lewis called me, had I, John? Of course. Well, Sir Lewis asked me to come to his office on an important matter, so of course I went. A very impressive man, Sir Lewis. I can hear him yet.
Something of a mess down there. There's been so much in the newspapers about it and all that we've got to get on it at once. Sit still. The Home Office asked me to assign a good man.
Thank you, Sir
Don't
Lewis.
know anything about you. Here, you're a good worker. Work, that's what this will take. Work and common sense, eh?
I'll do my best, Sir Lewis.
Hope it'll be good enough.
I'll try, sir. Yes, sir.
Dignity. Dignity is what we need. Competence and dignity. And hard work. What's your name?
Frame, sir.
This
George
case you're assigned to now, down in South Loamshire. Know where it is? Don't suppose you
yes.
do. Well, you'll see. Village named Ward. Odd name, Ward.
I think I know...
Little village. Man's young son was killed.
I remember, sir.
Boy about him, a year old. Thought he'd been kidnapped. He wasn't. Found him in the garden. Next morning, murdered. Slashed to death.
Yes, sir, I think I
Had this
remember...
local constabulary trap on the case for a week now. Inefficient scoundrel. Regular Dogberry type, I'm going to understand. Village, cock, full.
Well, sir, no...
Done nothing. Newspapers printing all sorts of stories. Well, Scotland Yard, it's Scotland Yard asleep, all that.
Oh, yes, sir, I've seen
Will
it all...
you stop babbling? The Home Office has been on my neck. Settle this at once, Sir Lewis. Must this go on, Sir Lewis? Get cracking, Sir Lewis. That's your job. Frame, is that it? Go on, settle it.
Yes, sir.
Don't ask foolish questions. Get down there at once and get it settled. Now, mind you, no nonsense, no friction with the local constabulary, and no excuses. Well,
I was just... Well, sir, all right. Ward and Loamshire. I'll be off at once.
And don't come back. Why are you standing there with that silly grin on your... Hello. Yes, of course, it's Sir Louis speaking. Get through to the Home Office at once and tell them that Loamshire matter will be settled at once. Got my best man on it. Now, go on. What have you name?
In the village of Ward, I was conducted to Superintendent Ogle of the South Loamshire Constabulary, who was in charge of the case. And not delighted at all at being summarily replaced by an inspector of the CID from Scotland Yard. He was quite eloquent about it.
I don't know what you think you're going to do here, Frame.
I expect to do my duty, sir.
We can dispense with your fine Scotland Yard talk, young man. We have our duty, too, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ogle.
You may address me as Superintendent Ogle while you're about it, too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Coming your fine London ways on me because I'm a man from the Shires. I'll expect proper respect, sir. I'll expect proper respect.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Whilst you're in my bailiwick, you're to consider yourself no better than one of my constables, too. You're to be entirely under my orders. Do you understand that?
I was under the impression, sir, that I'm under the orders of the Home Office.
I'll stand for no insubordination.
I'm not being insubordinate, sir. I'm merely telling you my orders.
Wish you to make a fool of me. Isn't that the truth?
No, sir.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, then, what are you doing here, then? What are you doing here?
The Home Office has instructed me to try to obtain a conviction in this case, sir.
Oh, you're to obtain a conviction, then?
I'm to try, sir.
I suppose a London man knows more about it than we who live here, then.
No, sir, I don't know anything about it yet.
All you know is that Scotland Yard says I failed.
Scotland Yard doesn't say that, sir.
Well, there's been a lot of talk, and I resent it.
I'm sorry, sir. Would you mind telling me something about the case?
Don't you know anything about it?
Well, very little, sir.
Oh, what?
Only that a child has been found dead, sir. Murdered, apparently. Have you any suspects, sir?
That's none of your business.
I'm afraid it is, sir.
Well, I don't think so.
I hope that doesn't mean that I'm not to get any help from you, sir. Am I correct, sir?
I'll give you what help we can. What help I have to give you.
Well, go ahead, sir.
What do you expect me to do? Solve this case for you and then let Scotland Yard take all the credit? I've had about enough.
Scotland Yard needs no credit, sir.
Well...
But the case must be solved, sir.
Are you accusing me of inefficiency?
Not accusing, sir. But I'm sorry I've been sent down here by the Home Office.
Do you think you're welcome here?
You haven't told me what's been accomplished so far, sir.
Look here now.
Yes, sir.
I've made an arrest today.
Oh, have you, sir?
I most certainly have.
May I ask whom, sir?
I arrested Elizabeth Wright.
Who is Elizabeth Wright?
The nursemaid at Madden's house.
Madden? Oh, that was the boy's name, yes.
Didn't you even know that much?
No, sir, I didn't. I expect to know a great deal more by the time I get back to London. And what about this woman, sir, Elizabeth Wright? What did...
They released her.
Who did?
The magistrate.
Oh?
And do you know what they said to me?
The magistrate, sir?
They said I didn't have one scrap of evidence against her.
But you did, of course, sir.
Well?
Well, sir?
I didn't have much.
Oh?
She was visiting her sister when it happened.
Where, sir?
In Edinburgh.
But you suspected her, sir.
Well?
What?
Well, a man's bound to arrest somebody.
Oh.
And now they send me a Scotland Yard man. I never have any luck.
I dislike to comment unfavorably on a member of my profession, but I shall not. It does seem to me, though... Sorry. I never in all my life saw such a... In 2 days, going about the village of Ward, I discovered several facts. One, there had been 2 children in the Madden family. The dead boy and a sister. Her name was Bridie Madden, and she was the daughter of Madden's first wife, who was dead. The boy was by his second wife. 2, There were several servants, including the nursemaid who had been arrested. A sweet, gentle, shy girl, by all reports. 3, I learned that the father, Jerry Madden, was suspected by some of the villagers of having murdered his little son, although no one advanced any reasons why they thought so. 4th, according to some of the schoolmates of Bridie Madden, she was in considerable fear of her stepmother's uncontrollable temper. 5thly, that somebody unspecified would have to hang for the murder of the little boy, a conclusion with which I was fully in agreement. And 6thly, that I was the most unpopular person in the village of Ward. I was from London, and the villagers were fervent adherents of the happily disappearing maxim, here's a foreigner, let's heave a brick at him. I was not encouraged, especially since Superintendent Ogle made no secret of his antipathy toward me. A little discouraging. I thought of returning to London, but I remembered Sir Lewis was there and stayed on. I visited the Madden household. Mrs. Madden was confined in a nursing home at the edge of the village. She had not recovered from the tragic death of her little son. The daughter Bridie was at school. Elizabeth Wright, the maid whom our village policeman had arrested, had gone back to her sister's home in Edinburgh. I was received by Ellen Perry, another servant who was not the happiest of mortals, but who talked freely.
Horrible, sir. Just plain horrible. It's all I can say. Poor little fellow.
I suppose you have no ideas on the matter, have you, Ellen?
Oh, Lord love a duck, no, sir, not I.
You never did suspect Elizabeth Wright, I suppose.
Oh, that fool.
Speak that way of the poor girl, Ellen.
I'm speaking of Gumshoe Ogle.
Excuse me. I mean...
Policeman indeed, the great oaf. He couldn't detect a change in the weather, that one couldn't. No, sir, I don't suspect anybody. Though Lord knows I wish I did.
What about Miss Bridie?
Oh, not Miss Bridie, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you don't think I suspect Miss Bridie, Ellen. I meant, what does she think?
Oh, well, I'm sure she doesn't suspect anybody, sir. Not Miss Bridie, the poor child.
Ellen, how do you and Mrs. Madden get along?
The finest woman that e'er drew breath, sir. The finest, dearest woman. Poor dear, she's only got one tiny fault.
Her temper.
Her what, sir?
Her temper?
Why, Lord love a duck, sir, Mrs. Madden ain't got no temper. That's what I was saying. She lets everybody walk over her. She's got no more temper than a Mangleworthel.
Well, I was told she has a very violent temper.
Oh, not her, sir. Someone's been pulling your leg. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, but why should...
No, sir, I've lived in this house ever since she married Mr. Madden, and I've never seen her raise her voice, even when she fell down the well and near drowned. The well there, sir.
I must be mistaken, then.
Oh, you are that, sir. A sweeter woman never drew breath, sir. Poor woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have thought so. I mean...
No, sir. Temper me eye. Not Mrs. Madden, sir.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell her, sir. She'll die laughing.
Oh, no, please. Please don't say anything to her about it, Ellen. Please don't.
I'll keep your secret, sir.
Well, thank you, Ellen. That's a good girl.
Who told you that, sir?
Why, you know, I really don't remember, Ellen.
Curious, sir.
Oh, now, who would...
Yes, sir. Temper. Oh, blimey. Excuse me, sir.
I went to call on Superintendent Ogle. Though it was near enough to high noon, I found the gentleman still in bed and in no very good humor at being awakened.
What do you want now?
I wanted to ask you a question, Superintendent.
Well, ask it.
I'm sorry to wake you, sir.
I'm awake now. What do you want to know? Just hand me my trousers there, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're getting them on backwards, sir, I think. Other way around, sir, I think.
Right. What do you want?
I was wondering whether you collected any tangible evidence at all, sir.
Tangible?
Anything I could see?
No.
There wasn't anything?
Nothing I consider important. I'd have told you.
Nothing at all, sir?
Give me my shirt. Thank you.
What did you find, sir?
Nothing of any importance. Socks suspenders, please. Thank you.
What, sir?
Oh, some rags.
Rags?
Lend me my socks. Thank you. Look like a nightgown or something, according to bits.
Nightgown, sir?
That's what I said it looked like. There's some stains or something on it. Paint, I expect. Someone been using it to clean paintbrushes.
What color paint, sir?
Huh? Toss me my shoes. You needn't throw them, you know.
Sorry, sir. What color paint?
Sort of dark, wet. Oh, look, I bust my shoelace. Getting a man up in the middle of the night. Oh, running there. No.
What did you do with the nightgown? Sure, it was a nightgown, sir.
Well, looks something like one.
What? Where is it now, sir?
How would I know?
Eh?
I burned the nasty thing up.
Oh, no.
Well, it was partially burned when I found it. A bit of trash. I finished burning it up.
Then it's completely gone, sir.
Of course it is. What did you expect?
I didn't expect anything, sir.
Hand me my necktie, will you?
I'm afraid I don't understand a man with even the rudiments of a police education who could consciously make such a stupid error. Who knows that, good heavens, there were reddish-brown stains on the discarded garment, if it was a garment, in the very middle of a case of atrocious murder in which the victim had bled freely and he thought they were paint. And the thing had been wantonly destroyed. I found myself beginning to splutter as I walked down the lane toward the nursing home. I found Mrs. Madden, the bereft mother. In her condition, it was useless to attempt to talk with her. She just lay there and smiled, a vague kind of smile. A man who identified himself as the proprietor of the nursing home deigned to talk with me.
Yes, sir. She's been like that all the time, ever since they brought her here after the poor youngster was murdered. She was such a happy woman. Now
Has she been quiet all the time?
Never opened her mouth except to cry out for her baby, sir.
Nothing more?
Well, what would you expect her to do, sir?
Why, I understood she has a very violent temper.
What?
Violent temper?
You're mistaken, sir, if you think so. I've known this girl since she was in swaddling clothes, and she... Oh.
What?
You've got her mixed up with Jerry Madden's first wife.
Well, I don't know.
This girl wouldn't hurt her. Yes. You're thinking about the first wife, Bridie's mother.
What about her?
Bridie? The girl's named after her mother.
What about her?
Why, she had a very violent temper, sir.
Oh, she did.
Didn't you know, sir, that she died in the insane asylum?
No.
Raving and screaming like a lunatic? She was a lunatic, sir.
And an idea crossed my mind.
As a matter of fact, then, not to be telling lies, but after all, you're a policeman, you won't tell anybody. She was a lunatic. And so was her mother before her. I didn't know the grandmother.
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from actual case records of Scotland Yard. This one is true, as are all the others in this series. Only the names of the participants and the actual location are changed. Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from the chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express, Percy Hoskins. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, let's go on with the story.
I passed Superintendent Ogle as I trudged down the road to the Madden home. He didn't answer my greeting. I walked on and, deep in thought, presently arrived. Ellen Perry was in the yard with a basket full of clothing for the family laundry. Afternoon, Ellen, I said.
Afternoon, sir. Did you find out anything, sir?
I went to the nursing home. You were right, apparently.
I told you so.
Did you know the first Mrs. Madden, Ellen?
Bridie? Bridie's mother?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I remember her. The crazy woman. That must be the one you were thinking of when you talked about Miss Madden's temper, sir.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
She died, you know, when Bridie was just a little girl.
Yes, I know.
Well, now, will you excuse me, sir, while I get on with preparing the washing for tomorrow?
Go on, Ellen.
Thank you, sir.
And so I had time to think a moment alone. I'd done a good deal of thinking on the way from the nursing home, but seeing the preparations for the morrow's wash day... A nightgown, I remembered, a possibly blood-stained nightgown. I thought about the circumstances of the murder. The little boy had been put to bed. He was found slashed to death in the morning. Ergo, he had been murdered during the night. Right so far. Whoever had done it more than likely have splashed blood on his clothes, her clothes. There's only one person I suspected. A sneaking, unreasonable kind of suspicion. There wasn't anyone else to suspect. The first bride had been crazy, with a violent temper. She died in the insane asylum. Her daughter had told a deliberate untruth about her mother. An untruth that would have been immediately apparent to anyone but a stranger like myself. Bridie must hate the stepmother. It's an old story. Could she hate her enough to... An appalling thought. Thought of a girl getting up, wearing her nightclothes, taking one of her father's razors, and going then to the little boy's room, her white nightgown. I didn't want to think about it. I tried not to think about it. But Ogle had said he found that nightgown with the stains on it that he thought were daubs of brownish-red paint. The nightgown had been partially burnt, as if someone had tried to destroy it. Horrible thought, but... Ellen was coming back. Ellen, I said.
Yes, sir? A penny for your thoughts, sir.
Ellen, how many nightgowns does Miss Bridie have?
Nightgowns, sir?
Yes.
Why, she used to have 3, sir, but now there's only 2.
Are you certain, Ellen?
Sir, I've been doing the laundry every week in this house since Bridie was a baby. I think I ought to know what clothes she's got.
Yes. How long has this nightgown been missing? A long time?
No, sir. Logs?
What?
It was the morning the little fellow was... I remember. I gathered up the clothes to be washed, and all 3 nightgowns was there.
Yes.
And Bridie met me on the stairway, and she was crying, and she asked me to get her a drink of water.
Yes.
So I set down the basket and went and got her one. And then I picked up the basket and went downstairs, and when I took the things out of the basket, there was only 2 nightgowns in it.
Did you say anything to anyone?
I told Miss Bridie, and she said I must be mistaken, and the house was in such an uproar, sir, but there was only 2, sir, and there's only 2 now. What do you suppose become of it, sir? Oh, there's Miss Bridie now, sir, coming out from school.
Where?
There, coming down the lane, sir. Now, way back there. Bridie!
All the way down the lane, I was rehearsing in my mind what I would say to her. And when we met her and I looked in her staring little beast's eyes, I knew what to say.
Hello, Ellen. Why, what's the matter, sir?
Bridie Madden, I'll arrest you for the murder of your brother Damon Madden, and I warn you that anything you say... I took her to the magistrates to be heard. From the windows of the village schoolroom where we sat, I could see the townsfolk gathering angrily in the streets. I suppose I was not too surprised when the presiding magistrate told me that I hadn't enough evidence, that it was impossible at that moment to remand her for trial. They were far from convinced that the Crown had a case. But, they assured me, we will not close the case now because you have a very interesting theory, but there's not enough evidence, they said. who wouldn't dare to act on such incomplete evidence at this time will not write it off as closed, they told me. If you find any additional evidence, well, we'll keep the case open. And so I came away to London, with Superintendent Ogle of the Loamshire Constabulary marching beside me to the train to protect me from the consequences of my foolishness, he said pompously. I could hear the villagers' boos and catcalls from the train with the compartment window closed. I'd done my best, but I can still see Ogle standing there with upraised hand against the populace, and Bridie Madden standing alone, looking after me as if she'd like to murder me too. I went to Sir Louis' office when I arrived in London.
Come in. Oh, so you're back?
Yes, sir.
Come here.
Yes, sir?
Well.
I did my best, Sir Louis.
And a fine monumental mess you made of things.
Well, sir...
I told you to get a conviction.
I was sure I had one, sir.
Rubbish.
I'm sorry,
Don't
sir.
talk sorry to me, my man. You're as big a fool as that old stolen Loamshire.
Sir, that's...
There's a bigger row raging now than ever before. Scotland Yard and the Home Office have been made fools of.
I'm sorry, sir.
Questions have been asked in Parliament, sir. What do you say to that?
I'm sorry, sir. I still think we can get a conviction. I know I can turn up more evidence. That girl's as guilty...
You'll turn up no more evidence.
Why not, sir?
Because you've done enough to disgrace us all, and I'll have no more of your blundering. I demand your resignation, Inspector Frey.
So that's why I'm a greengrocer today. Come and see me if you're needing anything in my line. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Inspector. George Frame didn't tell you the end of the story. This all happened several years ago. 1 year ago, I was told that a Miss Bridie Madden wished to see me. She came in. Miss Madden?
Yes, sir. Do you know me?
I've heard your name.
In Ward, in Loamshire, several years ago.
Yes.
Yes. I'm graduated from school now. And lately I've fallen in love with a young man. He's a clergyman, an Anglican priest, a man of God.
Yes.
We were to be married.
Yes?
But my conscience... Why don't you say yes? You say yes to everything.
I know nothing about your conscience, young woman.
I told my secret. I told my fiancé everything.
Yes?
I wanted to confess. I saw the man of God, the man I was going to marry.
What did the man of God say?
He told me to come to the police with my confession. I murdered my brother.
And so we took her back to the magistrates with her confession, which she freely made. She'd never been tried. The case was still in abeyance. So Bridie Madden was at last brought to trial. She was found guilty and sentenced to be hanged. The sentence was afterward changed to life imprisonment, and justice was done. But George Frame is still a greengrocer. He handles an excellent line of Brussels sprouts. This is the badge he used to wear.
Here today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Frame. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Guy Spall, Patricia Courtley, Evan Thomas, and Beulah Garrick. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Many of us are now enjoying a happy Labor Day weekend, but we should always keep in mind that these long weekend holidays are often tragic times for some of us who start out gaily to enjoy them. More than 1,300 American families will lose one or more of their loved ones in accidents on the highways because someone was reckless and careless while driving.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most important and baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they happened, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. These broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
I'm sure I don't know whether a woman's stockings come in pairs. That is, shaped separately for right and left foot as shoes are. And I fear I shall never know or remember if I do. However, I do know that this one was for the right leg. And I remember further that its color was described as dream dust. Why, I'm sure I don't know. Looks a sort of a light khaki to me. Now, this pattern is not woven into the nylon or whatever it is that women's stockings are made of. Let's lay the stocking out flat here so you can see what it is. There, you recognize it? That's right. It's an impression made in greasy mud of a tire, a motor car tire. Now, the people who first saw it were quite justified in believing that the young woman who was wearing the stocking had been struck and killed by a motor car. She was struck, but the motor car didn't kill her. I'll ask Chief Inspector Patrick Bull here to tell you all about it. Now, Mr. Bull, if you please.
About midnight on the 15th of August, 1948, leading fireman Horace Bertram Adler of Kingston Fire Brigade was driving alone on Somerset Road, Wimbledon, on his way home from a meeting of his Lodge of Freemasons. It had been raining all evening, and on a particularly badly illuminated section of Somerset Road, Adler was startled to discover what appeared to be a body lying in the muddy roads ahead of him. He applied his brakes and approached it cautiously, halting his car, which was a Humber saloon, about 5 yards away, and dismounted. The body proved to be that of a well-dressed young woman. She was quite dead. A cursory examination by the light of the headlamps indicated that she had been struck by a motor car. Police from the Wimbledon station were summoned. Measurements were taken of the exact position of the body, and leading fireman Adler was released, it being obvious that his car had nothing to do with the accident, if indeed it was an accident. The body was taken to the Wimbledon mortuary for further examination. I arrived at the mortuary about noon of the following day, the 16th. It was still raining, and I wasn't happy about the assignment. I said so to David Brown, the police surgeon.
Oh, if you don't tell your troubles to me, Chief Inspector. I'm supposed to be off duty today, too. But yesterday was the day my relief chose to sprain an ankle playing tennis. So here I am. Tennis at his age. And don't raise a row about coming in here at noon. I've been here since 8 a.m.
Pity for both of us to have to be here.
What else are you going to do on a day like this? Might as well work.
Well, here we are, working.
And the other people from the yard have been here since the crack of dawn.
What did they find out?
Not much. So far, nobody's been able to identify her.
Well, it's a hit-and-run case, of course.
Obviously.
These her clothes?
Aye.
Pretty good clothes, they seem to be.
Well, she was well dressed enough.
Is her purse?
It's empty.
Oh.
No, there's not even a lipstick in it. I expect that's one of the reasons you're here.
Eh?
Well, robbery isn't usually one of the concomitants of a hit-and-run case.
You think she was robbed?
It's not my business to make deductions, old boy.
Isn't there anything in her pockets or anything?
I haven't looked. Your man says there's nothing. What pockets a woman has.
And nothing to identify her either, of course.
You can see for yourself.
Laundry marks.
Well, your man says no.
Well, there must be labels.
He's calling Selfridge's now. There's a label in her panties there.
Where? Or here. I doubt he'll trace it. No other labels?
He said her shoes. Selfridge's too.
Where are her shoes?
There.
Oh. Well, if she had an account at Selfridge's...
And if you're lucky...
We'll see what we shall see.
Said Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, quite.
Well, it's my opinion you'll need him.
These her stockings?
I don't know, Chief Inspector. But the one she had on...
Muddy.
It was raining last night.
Looks like tire marks on this one.
Well, that's what your man said.
They're not from that car the fireman fellow was driving. The chap that found her.
How do you know?
Only he was driving a Humber, the report says. These tires would be too small for a Humber.
You are a detective, aren't you? That's what your man said.
Did he?
I said they'd be something like an Austin 7 or a Morris Minor, one of those wee cars.
I'd agree.
Well, what are you looking for now?
See if there are marks on her dress. In a hit-and-run case, there are usually paint marks from the car, or if a lamp hit her, there might be splinters of glass that could be identified by the laboratory people.
Well, there aren't.
Eh?
I said there aren't.
You don't mind if I go over the dress carefully, do you?
Quite all right with me. But you'll not find anything.
How do you know?
The first place, your man admitted he couldn't find anything.
I think the laboratory can.
I doubt they can.
Why not?
Because she wasn't killed by being struck by a car.
Well, now, she was found in the road. There are tire marks on her stocking.
I suspect those marks are accidental.
I doubt that.
She was murdered elsewhere and brought here to Wimbledon dead.
Shall I give you my Sherlock Holmes hat?
Come over here and have a look.
Well?
Now look at her, Chief Inspector.
Those marks on her face were made when her head struck the roadway.
No, Chief Inspector.
Or by the car when it struck her.
No. Look at the right arm here.
Those look like bruises made by fingers.
I rather think they are.
Oh.
Now, lift her other arm. Easy. See?
Blood, well, that's...
No, there, where it's dried, on her body.
What's this?
There, Chief Inspector. In the second intercostal space, if you'll observe carefully, you'll note that an edged instrument has been introduced, which has severed one or both of the superior intercostal arteries.
Which means, I take it,
that she was stabbed to death.
This message for general circulation. Information required. Any person having knowledge of the name and movements, July the 14th or 15th, the following female person is urgently requested to notify Chief Inspector Patrick Bull, CID, New Scotland Yard, W1, at once. The woman's age, about 30. Reddish hair, brown eyes, height about 5 foot 2 inches. Weight 103 pounds. Last seen wearing the following clothing. Black dress. White blouse. What do you call that stuff her blouse is made of?
Nylon jersey, sir.
White nylon jersey blouse. Red artificial flower.
Rhododendron. Cerise rhododendron.
Cerise?
Mm-hmm.
Cerise artificial rhododendron on left shoulder of blouse. Large white open-work hat. Lace gloves.
Ecru.
All right. Ecru lace gloves. Transparent. Platform shoes. What do you call that color?
Oyster, sir.
Revolting. Stockings acre?
Dream dust, sir.
Dream dust?
Dream dust, sir.
Right, dream dust then. And carrying a large purplish handbag.
Cyclamen, sir. Cyclamen, I mean.
All right. Put down cyclamen. I only hope people understand what we're talking about.
Women will, sir. There's only one thing, sir.
What's that, Miss Sears?
Was she really wearing an outfit like that? With red hair?
And green cami knickers.
Beg your pardon, sir. Cami knickers haven't been worn in England since before I was born.
Oh?
And her lingerie is pistachio, sir.
Good Lord, no. Well, write it down. I must have been mistaken. The first day, the 17th of July, that my description of the dead woman's remarkable clothing was received by all stations in the Metropolitan District, for all policemen to chuckle at me, the first day it was published in the London daily newspapers, I had a visitor.
Good afternoon, sir. I should like to speak to Chief Inspector Patrick Bull, if you please, sir.
I'm Chief Inspector Bull, madam.
Oh, how do you do, sir? I come about the advert.
Advert?
The one in the Express, sir. The one about the ladies' clothing.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I seen her, sir. I saw her.
Oh, you did? And you recognized those clothes?
That I did, sir. Quite fashionable, aren't they? What's she done, sir? Is she on the jam lout? I always thought
I'm
that
sure
she was...
I don't know whether she's a shoplifter or not, madam. And where did you learn that term?
Now, look here, mister. Don't think to put your great fat hairy hands on my shoulder. I come here to give you some information you was asking for. And might I explain that you ain't got nothing on me? Nothing at all, kind sir.
Well, I'm sure I beg your pardon, madam.
Granted. I was asking a civil question. What's she wanted for?
So far as we know, madam, she's not wanted for anything, I assure you.
Would you just as least not call me madam? My name is Miss Hildebrand, Hortense Hildebrand, if you must know. I sell newspapers on the corner of Inner Park Road and Parkside, Wimbledon, sir. That's how I happened to see this advert of yours, and thinking there might be a bit of spare cash in it.
There's no reward offered, and, Miss Hildebrand...
Well, in that case, I may as well be back to my work.
I am prepared to offer...
£1, I'll take it. Thank you.
Well... Now perhaps you'll tell me who this young woman with the extraordinary clothes is.
I don't know who she is, I'm sure.
What?
Now, sir. I don't know what her name is. But I see her quite often near my corner, and I seen her the day before yesterday. The 15th, just like it says in the advert. Having knowledge of the name. I don't have any idea of the name. And movements, I can describe them to you as of 10:30 on Monday, July the 15th as ever was. And I was talking to her for full 5 minutes just before it started to rain. And to that I'll take my oath.
Go on, please, miss.
Hildebrand, Hortense Hildebrand, sir.
What did you talk about?
Lord love you, sir, I couldn't get my mouth open. She done all the talking.
What did she talk about?
About money, sir.
Money?
And men, or a man, I mean.
What was his name?
She didn't say, sir. But he was trying to borrow some money from her, she was saying. Said she wouldn't find her giving money to a man. Not her, she said. Not a wooden threepence, to which I agreed.
Yeah?
She showed me her handbag. Oh, that gorgeous cycleman one in the advert, sir. And...
Yes?
She must have had £50 in it, sir, as well as about £1.50 of hard money. I fair goggled at it. I hadn't seen that much ready money since my aunt died. She had 2 insurance policies.
Will you tell me more about this young woman, please?
Well, then it started to rain, and she said, oh, bother. But the man came up.
What man?
The man that wanted to borrow the money, I expect. So she says, good night, Miss Hildebrand, and I hopped in the van and they came away together.
What's this about a van, please?
Oh. Well, it was a little van. It looked like it had been, I don't know, Morris Minor or an Austin 7 with a van body built onto it. And it was green. I could see it was green.
And did you see the man?
No, sir. I couldn't see him.
You're sure it was the woman described in the advertisement?
Lord love you, sir. I see her at least once a week. And I couldn't forget them clothes, could I, with that red hair?
Well, thank you very much, Miss Hildebrand.
You've been of great assistance. I'm sorry you don't know her name.
No, sir, I don't. I hope you get her, sir. I never liked her looks. What did you say she'd done?
She's dead, madam.
Oh! Lord love and the poor thing. Who killed her?
Which was precisely what I wanted to know, I reflected morosely, as Miss Hortense Hildebrand waddled out the door of my office, mopping up tears. Well, anyway, I had our unknown victim located a short time before she met her death in the neighborhood of where she was murdered. But the green van sounded like the title of a song I remember from my youth. My Diane of the green van. Yes, seriously now, there must be at least 10,000 green vans in London. Then the door was pushed open again, and Miss Hildebrand was back.
I remembered something else, Inspector.
Oh, and what this time, Miss Hildebrand?
About the van, sir.
What about it?
It had a shoe on it.
A what?
A great shoe. Like you wear on your feet. Painted on the side.
Well?
So all you have to do, sir, is find a green van with a shoe on it, look inside, and there'll be your murderer, sir. That's all.
What would you think that a shoe painted on the side of a delivery van would indicate to you? That's right. Someone who deals in footwear or repairs it or... In the telephone directories of Greater London, there are 276 pages devoted to the practitioners of the profession of St. Crispin. The number of shoe shops, bootmakers, cobblers, cordwainers, and dealers in leather findings is astronomical, and amongst all of them, there are probably 3 who operate a small green delivery van with a shoe painted on its side. I contemplated suicide. But I found myself seated in a bombed-out cellar that had formerly housed a famous pub, along with John Davidson, the Black Museum man, and David Brown, the police surgeon from Wimbledon. I drank beer, Brown imbibed ginger beer. John Davidson, not to be outdone, drank both.
Shandygaff, my friends, is pure nectar and ambrosia.
You can have it, sir.
I'll take my beer bitter.
And my ginger beer unadulterated by it.
You boys have no imagination.
My imagination staggers at the thought of interrogating every person in London remotely connected with boots and shoes.
And saying, what color are your vans, sir, to each of them?
Well, somebody will say green.
By the time we get to him, he'll probably have it painted amethyst.
Have you started looking for the owner yet, Patrick?
This morning, sir.
No results, of course.
I've heard of none.
How many of these people will you have to see?
About 40 billion, roughly.
Seriously?
Well, I reckon actually about 10,000. Perhaps 11. Don't you think so, David?
12, I should think, at least.
How many are there in the Metropolitan Police?
Not enough.
I just finished reading Sir Harold Scott's report.
How many?
15,647, including 67 pensioners and 122 auxiliaries.
That many?
Well, that was last December 31st. I should say we'd gained a few since then.
That includes chief superintendents,
police surgeons,
chief inspectors,
all sorts of persons who couldn't be expected to go around knocking on doors and asking questions.
Signalers, laboratory technicians,
motor car and motorcycle drivers.
Well, see, only half of the full 15,000 are effective to you. 8,000.
At that rate, if my guess is correct, about the number of people to be called on.
Each one would have only about a call and a half to make. Oh, that's not such a tremendous job.
Especially when you're sitting here drinking ginger beer.
Well, don't you feel better, Patrick?
It isn't quite as simple as that, sir.
Nor as hopeless as you thought, is it?
Well, sir, I must admit. But what if that wasn't a shoemaker's van?
Set your mind at ease about that, Chief Inspector.
What do you mean by that?
When you telephoned me about the shoe business idea, I popped down round the corner and borrowed a shoemaker's knife from the cobbler.
And?
I tried it on the wound.
Oh, did you?
It just fits. So I rather suspect that our killer used the shoemaker's knife, too.
Has your cobbler a green delivery van?
Have another shandy, sir.
How's your advertisement going, Patrick?
Only the one reply, sir. Miss Hortense Hildebrand.
And she doesn't do so well on names, sir.
No, she didn't know the girl's name nor the name on the shoemaker's green van.
Too bad you can't find the girl's name.
Might save us a lot of trouble and effort.
How?
Some of her friends might have an idea who the man is. The man with the shoemaker's knife.
Oh.
You know, those clothes of hers...
How a woman dressed like that could escape notice wherever she went.
Fantastic.
I could tell you how clothes like that might escape a great deal of attention.
How, sir?
How, sir? Well, if they were worn where other women wear clothes of the same general appearance...
Where would that be, sir?
No. Let me make myself clear. I'm not an expert on the kind of clothes worn by...
By whom, sir?
Music hall performers.
A music hall performer. Of course. Neither of John Davidson's ideas was as easy to work out as they first appeared. If I could be permitted, I think I should have to say that there's many a slip betwixt an idea and the relic of a crime hung on the wall of the Black Museum. But John was right, as I must admit he usually is. Took many days of hard work to ask about the green van of all the names listed in the telephone directory. I would have been inclined to give up and start afresh, but Miss Hortense Hildebrand knew what she had seen and was quite vocal about it.
I know what I saw, Governor. I saw the red-headed girl with the artificial rhododendron climbing into the little green van.
And drive away, she said.
And drive away. But I don't know her name, sir.
On the 26th day of our quest, after 3,165 firms had told investigating policemen that they either had no green delivery van or had one of the wrong size and general description, I received a telephone call from a constable who had been making inquiries in Putney.
Is that Chief Inspector Bull, sir?
Yes, it's all here.
It's Constable Beeler here.
Who?
Beeler, sir. Constable Beeler from the communications room.
Yes.
I was assigned to go out and ask questions, sir. A great many of us have that job, and
Yes?
I found him out, sir.
What's that?
Yes, sir. He's a Mr. Colfax, sir. Colfax. He's a music hall proprietor here in Putney, sir.
Putney.
Yes, sir. The woman's name is Sheila Colfax, sir. She's his daughter, and...
You mean the dead woman?
Yes, sir. Now, I asked him, sir, if he knew who killed her, sir.
How would he know who killed her?
Well, I don't know, sir, but I thought I'd ask him.
What did he say?
He said he didn't know, sir.
Well, bring him in here.
Yes, sir. He doesn't want to come, sir.
Why?
Well, sir, he hasn't seen hide nor hair of her for 2 years, he says, and he don't want to see her now. Isn't that right, sir? Yes, he doesn't want to see her.
Why?
Him and she's estranged, sir. They don't like each other.
Ah. Look here, Constable. Ask the gentleman where he was on the night she was murdered, the 15th of last month. Don't alarm him.
I know where he was, sir.
What? How do you know?
He was in hospital, sir, with his legs broken. He's still in bed here at his home. He was hit by a tram, sir.
Thank you, Constable.
Beeler, sir. PC 317, A Division.
I'm afraid we don't live right, I thought. That door, which had opened such a little way, closed with a dull thud. And Constable Beeler and all the others went on with their questionings about the green van with a shoe painted on its side. The 22nd day passed. The 23rd. 24th. At 4 p.m. on the 25th day, Mr. Fox was announced. He came in and sat down.
Sidney Fox, Chief Inspector of the Fox Shoe Repairers, Tottenham Court Road. I'm your man.
I think you'd better explain, Mr. Fox.
I have a green delivery van.
Oh?
It's a Morris Minor chassis. It has a large shoe painted on each side panel.
So?
I could show it to you.
Well, I'd like to see it. Where is it?
In the firm's garage on Charlotte Street, just off Tottenham Court Road. We don't use it anymore.
I should think you wouldn't.
Oh, it isn't that. It isn't what you think.
Oh?
No, sir. We haven't used it since Lionel left us.
And who's Lionel?
Lionel was our delivery man.
And where is Lionel?
Well, he told Harry he thought he'd go to Spain.
Who's Harry?
My partner, my brother.
I wish you'd be more frank with me, Mr. Fox. Why is this Lionel going to Spain? Did he leave your employ of his own accord, or did you discharge him?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Lionel stole, let us say, embezzled, a sum of money from us, a considerable sum.
I see.
I finally set a certain date for him to return the money he had taken or be turned over to the police.
What was that date?
The 15th of July.
I see.
He did not return it. Well, he didn't even come back to the shop. But Harry told me Lionel had assured him he'd have the money that night. He knew where he could get it.
He didn't say where?
No.
How had your brother seen him if you hadn't, Mr. Fox?
We always allowed Lionel to keep the van at night. He and Harry both live in Euston, and he always drove Harry home at night and back to the shop mornings.
Where did he keep
He kept the van in his own garage.
Is Lionel married?
He had been. Well, the next day...
16th?
Yes. Harry drove in alone from Euston. I said, where's Lionel?
Where was he?
Did a bunk, Harry said.
Oh?
Harry said about 6 in the morning, Lionel came to his house and waked him. Said he was sorry. He got some money, but it wasn't enough. Told Harry he was leaving. Going to Spain, he said. Couldn't stand the disgrace and all that. Said the van was in his garage. Here are the keys. Bang over, he's off.
And what did Harry do?
Well, he went over to Lionel's garage. There was the van all freshly washed and...
Washed?
And Harry drove it in. We've kept it in our own garage ever since. If Harry wants a ride home, he can buy one.
And where was this Lionel going to get the money to repay you, Mr. Fox? The money he didn't get, so he washed the car so carefully and went away to Spain.
Well, from his wife, I suppose. His former wife. We saw her quite often.
Oh?
Daughter of a rich theatre owner in Putney.
What was her name?
Colfax, I think.
Come along, Mr. Fox. Let's go and have a look at your green van. And so we found the green van. It had been carefully washed. Not carefully enough, though. There were bloodstains in the cab, and David Brown proved they were the same blood type as that of the murdered woman. And hidden under the seat cushion was the late Sheila Colfax's smooth leather wallet with 70 pounds in it. Not enough to give to Sidney and Harry Fox. There was a bloody fingerprint on the leather. It wasn't hers. And out in Lionel's garage, where the car had been, the good Constable Beeler found a knife. A shoemaker's knife. Just like the one David Brown had tried on Sheila Colfax's body. The blood on it was her blood type, too. Oh, yes, and we found Lionel. He was hiding in the garage with a great tin of biscuits, a round of cheese, and a jug he refilled daily from the tap, he told us. The first thing we did was check his fingerprints with the one on the leather wallet. They matched, of course. So we arrested him. And when he'd shaved off his guilty accumulation of beard, he was brought to trial. It took the jury 15 minutes to bring in a verdict of guilty. And he was hanged at Wandsworth before the first frost.
And a curious thing. Upon a thorough examination being made of the body of Sheila Colfax, it was discovered that she had been in the last stages of cancer at the time of her death. She would have died of that dread disease in less than 4 months. Perhaps she did have reason for wearing those fantastic clothes.
Heard on Whitehall 1212 today, Horace Braham as Inspector Bull. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Pat O'Malley, Beulah Garrick, Lester Fletcher, and Guy Spall. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. These fires kill 11,000 persons each year, disfigure for life or severely burn thousands more, and destroy $7 million worth of property. Protect your homes from fire by following these simple rules. Don't smoke in bed or throw away lighted cigarettes. Clean out closets, basements, and attics. Any place where old newspapers, magazines, and inflammable materials are liable to accumulate. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Follow the campaign of the next president on NBC.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is furnished by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
A great many of the visitors to the Black Museum here rather expect to find a series of tableaus of gory murders, complete with ghouls flitting about from corner to corner and blood-stained doublets. They're often quite astonished to discover a place that rather resembles the old curiosity shop, although I confess I bear but slight resemblance to Little Nell. A great many of our exhibits here are quite innocuous in appearance, although most of them have been eyewitnesses to murder. For example, this one. It's a reticule, a woman's homemade handbag, crocheted of yellow string. It accompanied a woman to her death. Sergeant Neil Poole had, I think, most to do with finding the murderer. Your turn, Sergeant Moore.
This girl was found dead near Maidstone in Kent early on the morning of the 14th of October a few years ago. A really quite chilly morning, as Octobers in England are likely to be. The Chief Constable of Kent had requested assistance from the Metropolitan Police. That's Scotland Yard, you know. And I was assigned. Maidstone is about 40 miles from where New Scotland Yard is situated in London, on what used to be called the Old Kent Road. And it was no great feat to drive there in an hour and a half. I was directed by the police constable at the scene of the discovery to the local mortuary, where I met Sergeant Miles Bowley of the Kent Constabulary.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Paul, glad to see you. We didn't expect you so quickly.
The chap in the flying squad brought me down, a new Jaguar.
Wish we had one. What country got?
Mark 7 saloon, bloody thing flies.
I rode in one once. Well, like to come in and have a look at her?
Haven't had my breakfast yet.
Oh, she's not going to upset you. Very clean, strangling job.
Oh? How long do you have?
Let's see, 7:44 now. 2 hours about.
5:40.
5:35 to be exact. In here.
Wasn't light yet.
Just on sunrise. Milk roundsman saw a line beside the road.
Don't have many customers in here.
Not many, no. This is the lady.
Pretty.
Very. You see? Looks as if a scarf or something or the like had been twisted around her neck.
Medical examiner hasn't been here yet, huh?
Not yet.
Any idea who she was?
Not the foggies.
Nothing to identify her, eh?
Not a bloody thing.
What have you done?
Well, we have a man out there where she was found, trying to find something.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps you'd like to go out there.
Yes, I think so, personally. Nothing in any of the pockets of this dress? Or did you...
Pockets were empty.
Had she been...
No, lying there quite peacefully. Looked as if she'd been walking along the road and fallen down.
You've checked this fellow that found her, of course.
Yes, of course, old boy.
Odd you didn't recognize her if she's from around here, and you think the milkman would know everyone.
He didn't know her.
We'll ask him again when we find who she is. Where's her other shoe?
Haven't found it. The constable's looking for it.
She certainly wasn't going for a walk in this kind of a shoe. City side. Not very worn, either. So that's not exactly a city dress, is it?
It's like most girls wear around here.
Well, don't look like a working girl's hands, either.
I shouldn't say so, either.
I'd like to have a talk with this milkman.
Whenever you like. I'll have him brought in.
Right. Suppose we might go and look at the place he found her now?
Well, you don't have a Jaguar 7 saloon, but if you'll ride in my Ford...
I was happy to ride in his Ford to the roadside spot where a constable waited, clutching the missing shoe. That was all he'd found. No indication of a struggle, no footprints. I checked that myself most exhaustively. Nothing. The milkman whom I interviewed told a most straightforward story. A little spry old man who knew all his customers intimately and was well and favorably known by them all. My suspicions of him abated for the moment. The other shoe, which the constable had found under a gorse branch, was no help either, except that it implied that the wearer was more accustomed to city pavements than to country roads. The medical examiner gave us his report at the Maidstone police station.
Ah, yes, that report. Well, there isn't a great deal to the report. Death was due to strangulation, of course.
Do you know how she was strangled, sir?
Apparently by cloth of some kind, a scarf or neckcloth, perhaps. There are no discernible marks of hands or fingers on the throat.
Was she...
She was not criminally assaulted, no. There are bruises on the right thigh, however, which were almost certainly made by a large hand, much larger than hers. Now, I've had them photographed in actual size here. This negative is of her hands to the same scale.
Marks were made by a hand much bigger than old Charlie Brooks, too.
Brooks and the milkman, Doctor.
Criminal assault was attempted, Doctor.
I'm a doctor, sir, not a detective.
Yes.
There is one curious circumstance which may have an effect on your investigation, Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Judging by conditions indicated, without making an autopsy, the body of the young woman was held in an upright position for some time after death.
An upright position?
Either a standing or a sitting position, yes.
What could that indicate, Doctor?
I have no idea, Sergeant. Though I might hazard a guess.
By all means.
What, sir?
Well, I'm not a detective.
Oh, no.
But if the young woman had been riding, perhaps in a motor car... But that's absurd, isn't it?
If she was brought there by motor car from somewhere else, that'd be why nobody here'd recognize her. Wouldn't it, brother? At 11 o'clock the next morning, the 15th of October, I was informed that Sergeant Bowley had uncovered additional information about the dead woman. I hurried to the mortuary where I found him in conference with a tearful middle-aged woman who I noticed at once bore a striking resemblance to the dead girl in the mortuary. He introduced us.
Mrs. Christie, Sergeant Paul.
How do you do, ma'am?
Sergeant.
Mrs. Christie has identified the young woman for us, Paul.
It's my sister Daphne.
Mrs. Christie's other sister telephoned her from London.
Our sister Diana. Daphne started into London to visit her yesterday morning, like she does every week. She never got there.
How did you discover that, Mrs. Christie?
She had a telephone call this morning from the sister in London.
From Diana. And I hurried and telephoned the police, and they said I'd better come at once. It is Diana. Oh, this poor baby.
And where do you live, Mrs. Christie?
I used to live here in Maidstone, but I've a cottage of my own 6 miles out from the city now since my husband died. Daphne and I live. Oh, what will I do?
And that is her in there.
Oh, Daphne.
She's identified her, yes.
When did you last see her, Mrs. Christie?
Yesterday morning.
Do you have any idea who...
Daphne didn't have an enemy in the world. She was the sweetest, the kindest.
Of course, Mrs. Christie, but is there anybody at all that you could think of that might...
No.
You said she went into London every week.
Yes.
How did she go in? By bus or train or...
She hitchhiked.
Hitchhiked? Had rides with anyone who came along?
That's what she did.
Good Lord, didn't she know how dangerous...
I told her. I said, Daffy, darling, you never know.
That's right, Mrs. Christie.
1,000,000 times I've warned her, Daffy. I said a day'll come. But she'd always laugh at me. Look at the money I saved for sweets, she'd say. Oh, she adores sweets. And I'd say a day'll come, and so it has come.
And the things that she was carrying, Mrs. Christie?
What?
The things that are missing.
Oh, she was robbed then.
Oh, there was the attaché case.
She was carrying an attaché case.
Well, not really an attaché case, Sergeant. An old pasteboard folder it was, but she carried it so long we always called it the attaché case.
It could be identified.
Just a cardboard folder.
It could be identified, though.
It was just an old brown pasteboard. Oh, it did have her name on it.
What did she carry in it, Mrs. Christie?
Oh, just a few photographs that Diana had lent her. She was taking them back to London to her. Brenda's collar,
Brenda?
Brenda's Daffy's doggie. She's a little King Charles Spaniel. Oh, darling little Brenda, she'll grieve so. Oh, Daffy.
And the dog's collar was also in this pasteboard folder.
Oh, no, I remember. It was in the reticule. It wasn't in the attaché case. It was in the reticule.
There was also a reticule, madam?
Oh, is it gone, too?
We didn't find
A
it.
little yellow string reticule I crocheted for Daphne for a birthday gift last year. Oh, Daphne. Oh, my dear little baby sister.
At this point, Mrs. Christie broke down completely and had to be taken away in a hysterical condition, unable to give us any further information. Upon recovering that same evening, she was able to supply a list of names of various acquaintances of her sister, and at Bowler's request found strength enough to set about crocheting a duplicate of the yellow string reticule, which she alone was able to do accurately.
The result, a most intricately contrived affair, which she completed during the small hours of the night of 16th of October, was carefully photographed and the prints given general circulation, in the hope that anyone recognizing it would communicate with us. It was, of course, obvious that the possessor of the original would also possess information of which we stood in need. 4 days later, the original was returned to us. We showed it to Mrs. Christie.
That's it. That's Daphne's reticule that I made. You see, it's just exactly like the one I made from memory for you. I told you I'd remember it perfectly.
Sergeant Bowley asked the woman who returned it where she had got it. He reported to us.
Her name is Mrs. Jessie Bowen, B-O-W-E-N.
I never heard Daphne mention the name.
She says she didn't know your sister.
Well, where did she get it then?
She says it was given to her by a Mrs. Adelaide Greenbaum.
I never heard that name either. Where did she get it?
We're looking for her.
We found Mrs. Adelaide Greenbaum. She admitted giving the yellow string reticule to Mrs. Barnes. Where had she found it? It had been given to her by a Miss Polly Cavanaugh, she said. Who's this Polly Cavanaugh? I asked Bowley.
We'll find her.
We did. We found her visiting a cousin, a retired corporal major of household cavalry living at Alfringham. Yes, she had given the reticule to Mrs. Greenbaum. Where had she got it?
Certain Mrs. Emily Beveridge had presented it to her, she said.
I'm sure I'd never heard of Mrs. Beveridge.
I'll find her. I'm getting a little tired of reticules, though, Sergeant.
Mrs. Emily Beveridge agreed as she happily brewed a pot of excessively weak tea for the sergeant that she'd given the bloody thing, that was Bowley's own phrase, to Mrs. Cavanaugh. And where had she got it, I asked.
You may believe it or not, old boy, but she got it from a nephew, Reginald, she assures me.
And Reginald?
I have thoughtfully brought Reginald with me.
Where is he?
Reginald!
Sir?
Come here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
This is Reginald, Sergeant Poor.
Reginald Apgar, sir. I'm Mrs. Beveridge's nephew.
Sit down, young man.
Yes, sir.
Did you know Miss Daphne, what was her name, Bowley?
Cordwainer.
Daphne Cordwainer?
No, sir.
You didn't know her?
No, sir.
Where did you get her purse?
Purse, sir?
That yellow string bag you gave your aunt.
Oh, that. I found it, sir.
When?
Why, the 15th of this month, sir.
Why are you so sure of that date, young man?
It's my Aunt Emily's birthday, sir. I gave it to her as a birthday gift. There's no use to me.
Tell him where you found it, Reginald.
Oh, floating in Beltane's Tarn, sir.
Where?
Beltane's Tarn is a pond, Paul.
I doubt Beltane the Smith ever was there, sir, but it's supposed to be haunted by it.
Tell him where it is, Reginald.
Oh. Well, sir, it's about a quarter of a mile from the road.
Tell him what road.
Oh. The road, sir, where old Charlie Brooks found that girl's body.
Tell him what girl's body, Reginald.
Oh, that Miss Daphne Cordwainer.
Well, did you murder her, Reginald?
Why, no, sir. I didn't murder her.
What were you doing there?
Well, sir, I'm a scoutmaster, sir.
Speak up.
Well, I introduced bird watching in my troop. We've been quite successful, too. I mean, rather bird photography more than bird watching. You photograph wildlife, Sergeant?
I do not.
Go on, Reginald.
Well, I'd heard that plover were quite plentiful around Beltane's Tarn. The first this year, you know. And having nothing better to do, I took my camera kit. I have an Adams Minex 4x5. Jolly good camera, that.
Yes, I'm sure. Will you get to the point, please?
Why? No necessity to be rude, sir. I'm getting on.
Fine.
Let him tell it his way, Paul.
May I go on, sir?
If you please.
Well, there weren't any plover. I did see a partridge in plumage, though, but he flew away before I could get my camera open. You know an Adams Minex, sir. Wonderful camera.
I don't know anything about it. Now, please get on with it.
Well, then I walked down to the town, and there was this thing floating in the water. So I picked it up, wrung it out, and took it home to Aunt Emily.
Is this true?
On a scout's honor, sir.
How did it get there?
My dear man, how could I possibly know?
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out, young man.
I'm sure I don't understand you, sir.
It may be that you will in time. Would you be willing to accompany me to this place?
To Beltane's Tarn, sir.
Would you be willing to accompany me and Sergeant Bowley here to this place and help us find whatever else we might be able to find, Reginald?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, sir. I found something else, but I doubt it's very important.
What?
This piece of pasteboard, sir. It's apparently been torn from one of those cheap attaché cases. Probably doesn't mean anything.
Let's have a look, Paul.
Wait a sec.
But it's got that name written on it in pencil.
What name?
Daphne. See? Here.
Yes, I see. Reginald, would you mind waiting a moment out in the other room, please?
Not at all, sir. Here, sir?
There, if you please.
Yes, sir.
There is either the most naive young man I've ever seen, Bowley.
Think so?
Or the wickedest. Do you think he's too young to hang, old boy? And so, clambering over hill and dale in the manner of a Red Indian, I followed Reginald Atgarth from the spot where the body was found, in search of Beltane's Tarn. Miles Bowley followed doggedly in trace, grunting like the behemoth of Holy Writ. This time of the year, the Kentish countryside is suitable only for hares, underbrush, plover, and youthful scoutmasters, not for policemen in their piety.
How much further is it, in God's name?
Quarter of a mile from the road, Reginald said.
Where's he gone?
Don't ask me. Probably coursing up and down like a blasted ferret.
I don't think ferrets course.
Yeah, neither do I. Call him.
Reginald! Reginald!
Reginald!
Gone away, the little blighter.
Reginald!
Why on earth you wanted to come out here with him is more than I'll ever know, Paul.
It's a good spot for a confession, old boy.
Reginald!
I wouldn't believe there's country like this left in England.
Reginald! Calling me, sir.
Reginald. Where have you been?
On the other side of the wall, sir.
Wall? What wall?
Oh, there's a wall across the park here. It's only 9 or 10 feet high.
9 or 10 feet? Can't we go round it?
Well, why not? Oh, it's 2 miles long. Too much trouble. But we can hop over it. Come along, follow me.
Hey, Reginald, wait.
Yes, sir.
Is this the only way to that blasted lake?
Yes, sir.
The only way?
Oh, it isn't far now, sir, after we climb the wall.
Let's sit down. Oh, my feet. Look here, Reginald.
Yes, sir?
Where in heaven's name are you now?
Up here on top of the wall, sir.
Top of the wall?
It's not as high as I thought, sir. It's only about 8 feet.
Come down here like a human being.
Yes, sir.
Don't jump on my feet, boy.
Those are my feet, sir.
You shook the ground.
Sorry, sir.
Look here, Reginald.
Yes, sir.
I think the time has come to ask you a question or two.
All right, sir.
Well, sit down.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, do you really expect us to believe that whoever murdered Daphne Cordwainer took that yellow reticule of hers?
What, sir?
The little yellow string bag.
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you expect us to believe that the murderer took that thing and carried it through this infernal underbrush and up over that 15-foot wall?
It's only 8 feet.
Whatever it is, do you expect us to believe that he carried that thing all this way through all this impenetrable forest? Yes, just to throw it in the lake down there for the unutterably foolish purpose of making fools of Scotland Yard? And the Kent Constabulary? Reginald?
I know, sir.
What?
I expect he threw it in the stream back there by the cider mill and it floated to the tarn, sir. Sirs.
What stream? What cider mill?
Why, back there where we started, sir. The cider mill's down the road, on a little by-road.
Where?
About a mile from Maidstone, where we came in. I thought you knew about it.
Did you, brother?
I remember it years ago, but I'd forgotten.
Besides, Bowley, I could kill you cheerfully.
Poor, I would cheerfully submit.
My feet. What about this stream you're talking about, young Reginald?
Oh, it's only a little stream, sir. It runs through the woods. Part of it's underground. Can't tell where it runs until it comes out in the tarn. Never dries up, and it...
Could he have thrown those things in the stream?
Oh, yeah, they float right down to the tarn, sir. Come along, I'll show you.
How did we get there?
Right back the way we came, sir. Right. It isn't far, sir.
Here's what I want you to do, Bully.
Oh, no.
If you don't want to go back and find the cider mill...
It's only about a quarter mile along the road after we get there, Sergeant.
I'll never make it. Very well. Eh? You sit here and rest, old boy. I'll go back and find the cider mill.
Poor, you're a gentleman.
And then Reginald will come back and show you how to find the town. And you wait there and see if my notebook, which I'm going to throw in the stream, arrives safely.
But...
And if it doesn't...
Oh, it will, sir. Things always do float down.
And if it doesn't, then you'll have the honor of arresting the young man who's made a fool of us.
Who's he, sir?
You see, Bowley?
I don't understand. Who's he, sir?
Never you mind, Reginald. You'll find out, my boy. So long, Bowley. Hope you're a good wall climber. Reginald showed me the weary way back to the road, to the cider mill, to the stream. He bounded away again full of the vitality of youth as I sat by the stream's edge and panted and watched him hasten away full of energy. It had taken 20 minutes to shepherd Bowley to Beltane's tarn over the stone wall. It would take half an hour, he said, for anything to float down the stream to its destination in the tarn. So there was plenty of time. I walked over to the ancient building that was the mill and sat down on a pile of brand new bricks that stood in front of the door at the edge of the lane. An equally ancient cider maker came out to see who called. Hello, I said.
Hello. Why, you want to stop a cider?
I bless you in my prayers, my friend.
What? Come on in.
With the greatest of pleasure, I assure you.
Help yourself, mate.
Your health, Gaffer.
I'll drink, I'll, sir. Good, eh?
Man.
It's quite a journey through the woods just to toss the thing in the Tarn stream, eh?
Many people do it.
Brings luck, they say. Hasn't brought me no luck in 54 years.
See, you're going to do a little repairing, eh?
Where?
The new bricks, I mean, out there. Bricks don't come from around here, do they?
Cambridge.
Oh?
They've been sitting out there ever since 14th of this month.
14th?
14th, yes. Every man comes here has to try the Tarn stream. Now, that great ox what brought the bricks tore up a cardboard sack and throwed it in.
He did? Cardboard sack?
Yeah, great envelope like. Oh, everybody throws something in.
Brings them luck.
Never brought anybody any luck. What is it? Superstition?
He throw anything else? This lorry driver that brought you the bricks?
By crikey, he did. Some kind of little yellow purse. It looked like he stole it from his girl. He threw it right in the water. It's right down there in old Beltane's town. Right this minute. I won't bring him any luck down there.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right, friend Cidermaker.
You got to throw something in, too?
No. I think I'll go find the lorry driver that threw the girl's purse in.
Won't bring him any luck.
It might.
No.
It might bring him bad luck. It did. We found him at Cambridge loading his lorry in the brickyard. We asked him if he'd killed Daphne Cordwainer. After a while, he said he did.
I picked her up to give her a ride.
But she was on her way to London. You weren't going to London.
Well, she tried to rob me of my purse. She was a thief.
Where did you have your purse?
What? Why, it was hanging on a peg in the back.
And she was stealing it.
She was. She attacked me while I was driving.
How'd she get back there to steal it?
While you were driving?
What was your jacket doing back there?
Why, I always hang the jacket back there. Where else would you want me to hang?
You were driving your lorry at 5 a.m. of a cold October morning.
Well, I didn't think it was cold at all. I took my jacket off. It wasn't cold.
In the rain? In your shirt sleeves?
Well, the rain didn't get in the window, you know. It wasn't because my sleeves were down.
He had the bad luck to be able to think of nothing but lies. And with the 4 convictions the CRO dug up, all of them for attacking women.
He was tried for murder. He was found guilty.
He was hanged at Wandsworth Prison in January of the next year.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Guy Spall, Lester Fletcher, Kathleen Cordell, Peter Forster, and Pat O'Malley. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. It was just 175 years ago this June at the
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the Plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now here is the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. Now here is what rejoiced under the name of a wireless set. Doesn't look a great deal like one, does it? As a matter of fact, I never did hear that this wireless set ever brought in any programs. Of course, it's true that there were no radio programs for it to bring in when it was constructed. But I never heard that it brought in any wireless messages either, although I'm told that there were plenty of them. No, I'm afraid this invention was completed with the sole intention of selling it, whether it worked or not. And it is true also that it did something. It helped start a man on his way to the hangman. You see, he was a murderer as well as an inventor. I shall ask Inspector George Wells, who knew him quite well, to tell you about him.
Yes, I knew him. Tom Adamson, though, the first time I ever heard of him was when he died. I mean to say I never knew him when he was alive, and I never saw the man, but I got quite well acquainted with Tom and his habits, of course. I must agree that that's not uncommon with many of the professional acquaintances of a man in my job. They're either dead when you run across them, or sometimes dead soon afterwards. Tom Adamson was an innkeeper. He had the Blue Anchor at Byfleet many years ago. Tom was what might be described as a hearty man. He was a hearty eater, a hearty drinker, and a good companion. He had a wife, Nancy, who survived him for several years. Tom had a good deal of money, too, at one time, although there wasn't a great deal left when he died, and Nancy spent that in various ways. They sent me to Byfleet from Scotland Yard one night at the end of March in 1924. A chap named Harry Coombs, a newspaper man I knew in London, was sitting there when I came in. "Oh, Coombs," I said, "what are you doing here?"
I heard an innkeeper had been poisoned, Inspector. Such a difference from the usual state of affairs, they thought it'd make a good story, so they sent me up. You here for the same thing?
Do you think there'll be any necessity for me now you're here, old boy?
Well, that's quite sporting of you, sir. But stay, do.
Thank you.
I'll let you see my notes.
Good.
Innkeeper seemed to be a good fellow by all I heard. Liked by everyone.
Who poisoned him, then?
I haven't found out yet. Let you know when I do, though.
Excuse me, I've got to see a Superintendent Brady.
He's having a supper. I'll tell you all about it. I know more than he does anyway. Dead man's name was Tom Adamson, aged 41, good man with a bottle. Gave up the ghost in audible agony this morning at 10:30.
How do you know?
Had a glass of fruit salts, it seems. Said, "Strike me pink," and almost immediately was struck pink. Or whatever color one is struck by strychnine.
Strychnine?
That's what the medical gentleman said.
How do you know?
Superintendent Brady told me. And the medical gentleman name of Auchincloss.
Auchincloss?
Auchincloss.
Oh.
He also confided in me. Better listen to me. The superintendent's at this moment up to his eyebrows in bubble and squeak, or something equally horrible, and won't talk. Can't talk with his mouth full.
You say strychnine in the fruit salts?
That, sir, I don't know. There's never been any in the fruit salts I've drunk, and I've consumed my share of the nasty stuff. Although I must agree, as I said before, that fruit salt is an excellent remedy for the morning after. That was the purpose for which the late lamented drank his.
Oh.
Seems there was rather a celebration at the Blue Anchor last night for the landlord's 41st birthday. It was also his last. Man cometh forth like a flower and is cut down. I've heard that somewhere.
Is that what happened? Isn't the super in there?
He's eating his supper, remember? Bubble and squeak. You need fruit salts, too, preferably without strychnine. Yes, that's what happened, Inspector. Good old Tom walked into his own bar, somewhat unsteadily, poured himself off a glass of the fruit salt whilst one of the guests watched him, drank it off, staggered once more, made his classic suggestion, and...
What classic suggestion?
Strike me pink, I told you. Lurched off to his own fair white bed, howled loudly, causing the guest to abandon his breakfast and summon Dr. Auchincloss. Dr. A arrived, heard Master Tom howl once more, and watched him expire.
Huh.
Exactly what I said. Dr. Auchincloss, also being a police surgeon, is a suspicious man. He summoned a local constable who helped him carry Tom away. Tom weighed 16 stone, no small feat. And presently took a look at Tom's interior economy and bawled, arsenic! Strychnine. Further examination proved to him that he was right. And Tom, with certain portions of his innards removed, lies now in the local mortuary stone cold while... Oh, I say, I'm staying at the Blue Anchor myself. Why not come and have a drink with me while the superintendent finishes his loathsome supper? I think Tom drank most of the strychnine.
I declined Mr. Coombs' offer with some degree of alacrity. It was obvious that he had been looking on the contents of the Blue Anchor's bar without fear of either fruit salts or strychnine. And after all, my appointment was with Superintendent Brady. That worthy officer, returning from his supper, assured me that Coombs' story was largely true. He had talked to the other guests at the previous night's party, was in fact still engaged in talking with them, with no visible results. He recommended that I see the guest who had seen Tom Adamson drink the fatal fruit salts, and I made my way to the Blue Anchor. I found the guest in question, a foreign-appearing man named Aristide Forel, who wore a carefully groomed black beard and had the brightest eyes I've ever seen. I sat down beside him as he ate ham and eggs.
Will you share my ham and eggs, monsieur?
I didn't get an opportunity to explain that I'd already eaten.
You are the agent of police, no? The detective from London, from Scotland Yard, no?
I didn't know how he knew that, or I'd guessed it.
Madame Nancy is such a very good cook.
So?
The food's very good tonight, but unfortunately not so good as when the good Nancy is here. The husband is dead. Oh, but you know that. That's why you are here.
I understand you were with Mr. Adamson when he drank the poisoned fruit salts this morning.
It was not pleasant, monsieur.
I'm sure it wasn't.
It quite spoiled my breakfast.
Huh? Oh, yes.
Well, life is like that, it is said.
Oh, yeah. Were you aware he was dead?
What? Oh. Oh, no, I thought he was suffering from the drinks he'd taken last night. I never suffer me. I'm strong.
Where is Mrs. Adamson? Do you know?
Ah, the dear Nancy. Oh, alas, she has retired.
I was in hope she might be here. But I suppose it's silly to hope to see her.
Oh, I will go up and wake her, monsieur.
Why?
Yes, why not, monsieur?
Well, it's hardly...
Ah, but we are old friends, monsieur. It wouldn't be anything.
Well, you're not that good a friend, sir, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh? You don't think so, my friend?
You've known the Adamsons a long time, then?
I have not known Tom Adamson very long.
Oh.
Only since I have been a guest here at the Blue Anchor.
Oh.
But the charming Nancy, I've known her for a long time. Tout compris, monsieur?
I don't understand French.
Ah, no? C'est dommage.
Talk English. What's funny?
Oh, I do not think Monsieur Tom was such a very likable person.
Is that funny?
I do not think Madame Nancy thinks so either, monsieur.
He's dead. What are you trying to say to me, Monsieur...
Forel, monsieur. Aristide Paul-Marie Forel, l'ancien ami de Madame Nancy.
What's that mean? I don't understand French.
It means Forel, Aristide Paul-Marie, moi qui parle, monsieur. Me, Forel, the old friend of Madame Nancy.
Speak up.
At your service, Monsieur Scotland.
What do you mean?
Bien, monsieur. It is my duty to speak.
Well, speak.
Bien sûr. I met Madame Nancy Adamson many months ago.
Here?
In France, monsieur.
What was she doing there?
She said she was visiting some relatives of hers. Pierregot, in the province of Picardy.
Yeah?
My town is 4 kilometers away from Pierregot, Moulin-au-Bois.
Well?
I met her.
And?
I flatter myself that we understand each other.
Oh.
Yes, monsieur.
You'll have to talk much more plainly than that.
Monsieur.
I'm waiting.
Nancy asked me to come and visit her here.
She did?
Oui, monsieur. I was not asked for payment. I am a real guest, without pay.
I must ask you why.
Think, monsieur. I said Madame Nancy and I had come to an understanding.
You're in love? Is that what you're trying to say? Will you answer me, sir?
We once were.
Well, speak up, please.
We once were.
Mind telling me what that means?
I am not in love with Madame Nancy now, monsieur.
Why not, may I ask?
Because her husband is dead.
Well, why should that discourage you?
I mean because her husband has been murdered. Because he has been poisoned.
Well, I should think that would have the opposite effect.
No.
Well, I don't understand it.
I'm sorry.
How did you and Tom Adamson get along, Mr. Farrell?
Alas. We were on the best of terms.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
I think you have something to tell me.
Tom Adamson was going to invest money in my invention.
Oh, you're an inventor.
I am. I have invented a wireless set. A very good one. The best.
Did Tom Adamson have money then?
He had. Now he's dead. Madame Nancy will have the money.
Of course, naturally.
She did not wish the good Tom to give me money to invest in my invention.
You amaze
me. I shall never be rich.
I'm very sorry.
But Madame Nancy will. She will have poor Tom, my friend, all his wealth.
Well, good for her.
She will not invest in my invention.
No?
She tried to prevent poor Tom from investing with me.
Why?
Monsieur, she wanted poor Tom's money for herself.
Well, she's got it.
Oui. Pauvre Tom.
You saw him drink the poisoned fruit salts, didn't you?
I was sitting in this very chair eating my breakfast when he came in. He said to me, Farrell, my friend, I'm going to give you a check now.
How much, did he say?
Oh, I think it would have been a very substantial amount. Despite what my wife thinks, he said. And then he pulled a bottle of fruit salts out of his pocket, mixed a little in a glass, drank, and gave me... He had a great fall, and he cried.
Out of his pocket? What was he doing carrying a bottle of fruit salts in his pocket?
He said he had brought it from his rooms.
Oh?
The rooms occupied by Madame Nancy and him.
Look here. He brought it from his rooms where...
Where he and Madame Nancy lived.
The poison must already have been in the bottle.
It would appear so.
But how did he get in there if the bottle had been in the rooms where he and his wife...
Who can say, monsieur?
You say she opposed his giving you money.
She wanted Tom's money for herself.
Look here, do you think...
That is all I know, monsieur.
Look here, Farrell, I want to talk to you.
Monsieur? Monsieur, the other detectives have told me that I must remain here in this place. I wish to ask you, as one man of the world to another, I wish to ask you a question.
Go on, then.
Can you help me get out of here?
Why?
I wish to return to France at once, monsieur.
Why?
I am in mortal fear for my life, monsieur.
The bearded little inventor had put a new thought into my mind. He was obviously a very frightened man, despite his look of cheerfulness, or else he was a very good actor. But I'd seen a mask slip away from his eyes. I knew what I should do. But the widow was not in her room. I must talk with someone, though. I remembered that I hadn't yet talked with the medical examiner, Dr. Auchincloss. I telephoned the police station. He was there, hoping to see me. And he came at once to the Blue Anchor. "Good evening, Dr. Auchincloss," I said as he sat down.
Good evening, sir. I had hoped that you could afford a little time with me, at least.
I'm sorry, sir. I haven't had an opportunity to see anyone official yet. I've been very busy.
You've had your supper?
Yes.
Thank you. I've had mine, too. Superintendent Brady and I were waiting for you.
I'm sorry, sir.
No matter.
I've been speaking with the man who saw Adamson take the drink of the fruit salts, the one that apparently killed him.
A strange little man.
He's been here for some time.
Yes, he goes to London occasionally on business for some invention or other of his, but he's been here for some time.
I know about the invention.
Did you know about Nancy Adamson, too?
He mentioned her.
The Frenchman's been here as a guest of Nancy's. He met her in France.
He told me.
Quite friendly with Nancy.
So he said.
Not with Tom, though.
I gathered he was. Wasn't Adamson going to invest in some invention of the man's?
Tom wouldn't invest in anything, not even non-paying guests. No. He's a friend of Nancy's.
Well, I must check into that.
Yes.
What about the poison?
I've had an analysis made of the contents of the bottle of fruit salts. There's strychnine in it. Tom didn't get it all. And mercury perchloride, as if one poison wasn't enough.
How did it get there, I wonder?
I wonder.
What?
I mean, I don't know. I'm a doctor, not a detective. There were traces of both poisons in the glass Tom drank out of. I analyzed it myself.
Do you know where that bottle of fruit salts was?
No.
It was in his rooms.
Whose?
Tom Adamson's and Nancy Adamson's.
Oh?
It was there just before he brought it down to the bar here. How do you suppose the poison got into it?
I'm a doctor, not a detective.
You said that.
So I did. Well...
Well, what?
Tom had drunk from the contents of the bottle before. He was a great hand for fruit salts. Wonder why he wasn't poisoned before.
I wonder, too.
You're accusing...
I'm not accusing anybody. Not yet.
I've known Nancy more than 5 years. I've always rather liked her. Stupid, but harmless enough.
Harmless?
Well...
Where is Mrs. Adamson, do you know?
In a nursing home. She's had quite a shock.
Shock, indeed.
I beg your pardon, sir. She has had, regardless of what you think, a severe shock.
I want to see her.
When she has recovered from the shock.
I'm sorry if she's a friend of yours,
She is my patient.
Oh. Oh. She is, huh? And you're the police surgeon also?
I have my own practice, too.
On which side does your sympathy lie, Dr. Auchincloss? The police, to whom you're legally and morally obligated?
Please, Mr. Wells.
Her husband's dead by poison.
I'm aware of that, sir.
She had the bottle containing the poison in her hands immediately before his death.
But...
and do you know this, sir? That this Mr. Forel, whom you suggest is also here at her invitation, is also in mortal fear for his life because of her. What kind of a woman is this?
Well, sir...
I demand that you take me to her at once, sir.
You are listening to Whitehall 1212, to another true story taken from the official files of Scotland Yard. Whitehall 1212 is researched by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. In this story, that of the case of the poisoned innkeeper of Byfleet, Inspector Wells of Scotland Yard has just demanded that he be permitted to see the woman about whom he has heard a strange story, the wife of the murdered man. The inspector speaks.
But Dr. Auchincloss, in his capacity as a private practitioner, said no, exercising his professional prerogatives, which often outweigh those of a detective, especially one who merely wishes to question one of his patients who, currently was suffering from shock. I say nothing about his regard for his patient, which he had mentioned. Perforce, I had to give up for the moment, and I went sulkily to bed. Walking for my health in the spacious yard of the Blue Anchor the next morning, I ran head-on into my reporter friend Coombs. Coombs was brandishing a camera.
What-o, Inspector? Well met, old fellow.
Morning.
Oh, just up. I've been up since the crack of dawn.
Didn't know you were a photographer.
Oh, the best, old boy. A genuine master of lens, shutter, and whatever else there is in this thing. Film, possibly.
How interesting.
Oh, it makes me ever so much more valuable to my devoted employers, they tell me. Stand, sir. I'll have your portrait.
Thanks. I don't like being photographed.
Oh, quite all right. I shall not publish it. A smile, if you please. Now, look at the birdie.
No, I think.
Still. There you are. I'll send you a print gratis, and if you want more, which of course you will, they can be supplied at our usual professional rate.
Did you take my picture?
Yours and that of another distinguished individual a moment before you. He posed quite nicely. I thought his beard was most expressive. Pity you haven't a beard, Inspector.
Who?
None other than our distinguished... Oh, I mustn't repeat myself. Our scientist, our inventor, Monsieur Forel.
Oh.
I'm sending it to my paper along with the sort of views of the quaint yard of the Blue Anchor, scene of the tragedy, and other interesting scenes in and around Byfleet. Monsieur Forel is an important personage in this murder. He is the witness of good old Tom's untimely taking off. I set the fly. I saw him die with my little eye. Although it's true that Monsieur Forel resembles a beetle rather than a fly. Ah, there comes the excellent Dr. Auchincloth with a fair companion. I must photograph them. Dear, there's no more film. Oh, well, another time then. Anyhow, excuse me, I must get these films off in the Morning Post. The presses are waiting. Oh, my goodness, look at the fair companion.
You know her?
You don't know our fair but bereaved hostess?
Who is it?
Huh? Oh, it's none other than the poor dead Tom's wife, the excellent Nancy. Hi, Nancy. I'll come round and see you later. I must run.
And that left me alone. Mrs. Adamson came on toward me, much to my surprise. Dr. Auchincloth stopped, watched for a moment, and then went away from there.
Oh, Inspector, whatever your name is. I hear you want to see me.
I gawked at her. I was that surprised. I thought the woman was in a state of shock. Here she was, and if my eyes deceived me not, it was anger that animated her, not grief and shock. She stalked across the yard toward me. No wonder the doctor ran away, I thought.
And I want to see you. There's a bench there. Sit you down.
Yes, well,
Now, look here. What's this fella been telling you? And where is he?
Are you talking about Mr. Forel, madam?
I am talking about that black-bearded perfume.
Please, madam.
I will not please. He's saying that I murdered poor Tom. That nasty little...
Madam, please.
I know what you want to see me for. You want to tell me that Forel's accusing me. And I'd give my soul if poor old Tom was alive again. He murdered Tom. He poisoned Tom, and I'll tell you why he did. Because Tom wouldn't give him his money to finance that worthless invention of his.
But Mrs. Adams...
Tom have been saying no to him all the time the man's been here, eating our food and drinking our beer. And Tom, poor dear Tom, he told me he was going to give him his final no, make him get out of here. And that's what Tom did. And Forel poisoned him.
Madam.
I know. He hated Tom and he hated me.
Madam, you'll pardon me, but was not Mr. Forel in love with you?
Inspector, if you are an inspector,
I am, madam.
I'll not permit you to insult me.
Excuse me, madam.
Wait. Has that man told you that he's in love with me?
Well, he said he was at one time.
I suppose he also said that I'm in love with him, the filthy brute.
He said that you invited him to come and visit you here.
Oh, you may stop, Inspector.
Eh?
I'll do the talking now before you insult me anymore.
But
Be quiet. I'll tell you the truth. I met that man in France.
That's what he said.
I said be quiet, sir. I met him in France and I heard about his wireless set. And he learned who I was. That my husband, my poor Tom, had some money. Poor Tom.
Oh, that's what he called it.
Be quiet while I talk. Only 2 weeks after I came home, he showed up here.
Didn't you invite him, madam?
I did not. He came here to try to get money out of Tom, and Tom wouldn't give him none, and he stayed on, and poor Tom wanted to put him out. There he is! There he is! Stop!
Who? Your husband?
Stop him, someone! Wait!
Who is it?
Wait! It's that man, Farrell! Stop! Stop him!
Farrell!
Stop him!
Farrell, come here!
Stop him! Stop him, you murderer!
Farrell disappeared, as well he might. Mrs. Nancy Adamson fainted and was put in bed in her own room under the expert care of Dr. Auchincloss. All day long we searched the countryside for the Frenchman, but he was not to be found. I gave up about 6 o'clock, and with Mrs. Adamson safe in bed under the care of the good doctor, I sat down in the bar of the Blue Anchor for a much-needed glass of beer. I just finished my second when a telephone call was announced for me. I found the telephone with some difficulty and answered. It was from Scotland Yard in London.
Is that Inspector Wells?
Yes, Wells here.
Look here, this is Superintendent Grove in the yard.
Yes, sir.
I say, have you seen the newspapers yet, Wells?
No, sir, they haven't arrived yet.
Well, look here, there's a picture, a photograph of that French fellow with the beard in it. That fellow up there at Byfleet, Flodell, is that his name?
Yes, sir, I know about it.
There are others who know about it, too.
What's that, sir?
About 10 minutes ago, a chap rang me up. A chemist, it seems.
Yes, sir?
He recognized the picture of Farrell, is it?
Yes, sir.
He recognized him as a chap he sold something to in London here the day before this innkeeper was poisoned.
What, sir?
He says he sold the man some poison.
What? I mean, what?
Listen, will you? He says he will swear that he sold Farrell a packet of strychnine and a smaller packet of mercury perchloride. I say, are you listening? Are you there?
I didn't wait. I ran out, straight into the arms of Coombs, the reporter photographer, who thrust one of his newspapers into my hand.
Isn't it a fine, juicy photograph? Look at his beard, Inspector. You should have heard him when he saw it, the vain blighter.
Where did you see him? Have you seen him? Where is he?
Why, he's down at the railway station waiting for the London train, of course. Do you want to see him, Inspector?
I did. I found him 2 minutes before the train arrived in which he would have escaped. After he'd been arrested and brought to trial, we found out the rest of it. He told us how he had been refused money for the final time by Tom Adamson and told to get out. He saw Tom reach for the bottle of fruit salts. Tom had always kept in a drawer back of his bar, not in his own quarters, incidentally. And he had offered to mix Tom his pick-me-up, surreptitiously adding the contents of the 2 packets of poison he had bought, of all things in London, to use in improving his wireless set. How, I don't know. The wireless set never did work. And we gave it to John Davidson at the Black Museum.
Appearance Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Francois Grimard, Guy Spall, Catherine Appearance Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Francois Grimard, Guy Spall, Catherine Hines, and Carl Harvard. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you will hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum. Chief Superintendent Davidson will brief you on Scotland Yard case number 604 MR 804.
Good afternoon. Here in the Black Museum at Scotland Yard, which is neither black nor is it a museum, are kept on file articles of various sorts which have in one way or another been connected with cases of criminal investigation that our people have worked on. Now, we keep these articles not for their morbid interest as weapons that have committed murder, nor because they've been merely involved in various crimes of violence, but as exemplars of methods and means of commission. What has puzzled us on some long-forgotten crime may one day be of assistance to us in solving another. Now, this is a typical example. Though you may not recognize it at once, I can tell you that it's what is left of the handle to a woman's purse, her handbag. It's made of a kind of plastic material similar to that of which artificial teeth are sometimes made. It survived an attempted destruction under most extraordinary conditions and was recognizable as the property of a particular person. Now, here is Superintendent George Freeman of the CID, who was in charge of the case in which it was involved, number 604 MR 804. George?
I should like to say first, John, that there are certain aspects of this case which I cannot bring myself to discuss in public.
I'm relieved to hear you say that, Superintendent.
There was considerable reference to these things in the sensational press at the time, but I propose to omit all mention of them. I shall confine myself, as far as possible, to how we at Scotland Yard discovered the murderer and assisted in bringing him to justice.
I couldn't agree with you more, George.
There is, however, a happy ending to the story.
A happy ending?
Uh-huh. He was hanged. On an afternoon in 1949, Mrs. Minerva Bannerman, a well-to-do 68-year-old widow, walked out of the Kensington hotel in which she lived. She was never seen again. Woman Police Sergeant Elsie Rice was assigned to investigate. I was present when she made her report.
On inquiry at the hotel, I determined that the last person to have seen Mrs. Bannerman alive was a Mrs. Beatrice Miller, another resident of the hotel.
Did you speak to Mrs. Miller, Sergeant?
I interviewed her, yes, sir. Her conversation was as follows, according to her account. Mrs. Miller, are you going shopping? Mrs. Bannerman, no, I'm going down to Crawley with Mr. Hughes.
Who's Mr. Hughes, Sergeant?
He's a young businessman, an engineer, according to Mrs. Miller, who sometimes shares a table at the hotel dining room with Bannerman.
Have you interviewed this Hughes?
No, sir. He was not at the hotel, and there wasn't anyone who knew his business address. I left a message saying I'd call on him this evening at 8, sir.
Very well, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
I turned my attention to other matters of more pressing importance than a report on a missing woman. And Sergeant Rice reported to me the next morning.
I interviewed that Mr. Hughes last night, sir.
Hughes. Oh, yes, that missing woman.
Mrs. Minerva Bannerman, sir.
Uh-huh. Sit down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. He stated that he did not meet Mrs. Bannerman.
What's that?
He agreed that he did have an engagement with her, sir. He was to drive her to Crawley, where he had a small manufactory.
What for, did he say?
To look at some fingernails, sir.
Some what?
Some sort of plastic artificial fingernails he's invented, sir.
By any chance, was she going to invest money in this thing?
He said she was, sir.
Mm-hmm. But they didn't go there, you said?
That's what he said, sir.
When was this?
2 days ago, sir, on Wednesday.
I don't like that investing business, Sergeant. Artificial fingernails. It's absurd, isn't it?
No, sir.
Huh?
Some women wear them, sir. They come in different colors.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But she didn't show up. Probably got suspicious. He's a suspicious-looking chap, Sergeant? Artificial fingernails.
I didn't like him, sir.
Woman's intuition.
No, sir. He's a little too smooth to suit me. Greasy. Greasy hair, greasy face, revolting little black moustache. All right. I'm sorry, sir.
I suspect the old girl got the same impression you had, Sergeant, and ran out, clutching her investing money to her ample bosom.
She was a small, active woman, sir.
You got her description?
Yes, sir. Wearing a black Persian lamb coat, dark burgundy dress.
A what dress?
Red, sir. Carrying a small handbag with a large plastic handle. Hair white, complexion ruddy. Wore false teeth, both upper and lower plates. Jewelry, a gold bracelet, at least 4 rings, 2 of which were set with large diamonds. An old-fashioned watch with gold breastpin in a fleur-de-lis shape.
Oh. All right, Sergeant, I'll take your word for it.
Yes, sir.
I'm much more interested in this investment business. We'll find the old lady with such efficient people as you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
But this fellow Hughes, where's his factory? Crawley, you said.
Crawley, yes, sir. Near Horsham, sir. Between here and Brighton.
Yep. Superintendent Freeman here. I want the police station at Horsham. Telephone's a great invention. I keep thinking of that American cinema actor. What's his name? Meach. Hello?
Horsham Police Station, Sergeant Hodge.
Superintendent Freeman, Scotland Yard, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir.
Look here. You know a chap named Hughes has a factory of some sort of Crawley?
Know him by sight, sir. Very dapper chap. Black hair, small black moustache like Hitler's.
That's the one.
There's a tiny shed. You hardly call it a factory, sir. On Leopold Road in Crawley. Yes, sir. Saw him just the other day, sir.
When was that?
Wednesday, sir. 2 days ago.
You sure of that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. He was with an elderly lady, sir. A lady in a Persian lamb coat, I think it's called, sir.
Here, give that description to Sergeant Rice. Yes, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Rice, yes? Yes, I'm a sergeant. What? Persian lamb? Yes. Dark red dress? Yes. Red face, white hair? Handbag with a big handle? Funny old-fashioned watch?
Let's have the phone, Sergeant.
Wait a sec. Yes, sir.
Where did you see them, Sergeant?
Walking down Leopold Road together, sir, toward this factory of his, sir.
No mistake, Sergeant.
Oh, no, sir. No mistake.
Seen him since?
No, sir.
Send a man over to this factory right now and have him stay there till Hughes shows up.
Yes.
I want to see that man, Hughes, at once. Pick him up and let me know when you've got him.
Yes, sir.
Well, Sergeant, I think you're right in not liking Mr. Hughes.
What's up, sir?
Well, for one thing, he's a liar. And second, we'll see. CRO, please. Criminal records officer. Yes, I will.
How did that sergeant at Horsham know the description of Mrs. Bannerman's clothing, sir?
Hello? Who is it speaking? Oh, good morning, Murphy. Superintendent Freeman here. Look, do you have anything on a man named Hughes? What's the rest of his name, Sergeant?
John George, sir. Age about 40.
John George Hughes, at present at Crawley, about 40. Dark hair and moustache. How tall, Sergeant?
About 5'7" or 8, sir.
5'7" or 8. The man said to be an inventor of sorts. Has a factory at Crawley in West Sussex. Could you check quickly for me, please? Good. I'll be here in my office. Thank you. What were you saying, Sergeant Rice?
I was asking how that sergeant at Horsham knew about the clothing Mrs. Bannerman was wearing, sir.
He said... Oh, excuse me. Superintendent Freeman. Yes, ma'am. Oh? What's that number? 86522. Right. Study sizes. London sessions in 1941. Well, just send the file round to me, will you? Oh, is there a photograph of him in the file? Good. Good. Thank you very much. You recognize him from the photograph, wouldn't you, Sergeant?
Oh, yes, sir. Sir, I was wondering...
Your Mrs. Bannerman was with Hughes at the factory Wednesday afternoon.
That's how that sergeant knew about her clothing, then.
That's right. He saw them together. So your Mr. Hughes is a liar. Now, CRO has a file on Hughes. He got 4 years at Surrey Assizes in 1937 for obtaining money by false pretenses. He was sentenced to 21 months for theft at London Sessions in 1941. So he's a thief and a cheat. Be interested to see if he can prove he's not a murderer, too. I sent people to the Kensington Hotel where Hughes lived, and which was also the home of the missing Minerva Bannerman. She had not returned. Hughes' room on another floor had not been occupied. I again telephoned the police station at Horsham, which is 4 miles from the village of Crawley, where Hughes had his fingernail factory. He had not been seen at all. The door to the place was still padlocked, they told me. Sergeant Wright came into my office.
Afternoon, sir.
Where have you been, Sergeant?
Communications, sir. I worked up as complete a list as I could of the jewelry Mrs. Bannerman was wearing and had it sent out on the teletype.
All police stations?
All stations, sir, including Horsham.
Don't think you'll get very much from Horsham.
Sir, don't you think it'd be a good idea if I ran down to Horsham and had a look at that factory of Hughes?
Oh, what do you expect to find?
I might find Mrs. Bannerman, sir.
Sergeant Wright, I've never told you what I think of women detectives, Sergeant. Have I?
No, sir.
I think the rank of woman detective sergeants should be abolished.
Yes, sir.
And then I think they all ought to be promoted to chief superintendents, to remind the superintendents to keep their minds on their jobs. Come along, I'll go with you.
It was late afternoon when we arrived at the dingy little factory in Crawley, 40 miles away. Sergeant Hodge from Horsham was waiting for us.
Good evening, sir. Evening. I came straight over here when you telephoned, sir. I let my men go for an early supper, sir. I'll relieve them for a while.
Let's have a look at the place, shall we?
Come along this way, sir.
Not very inviting, is it, Sergeant?
No, Sergeant.
I haven't seen him at all, eh?
No sign of him, sir. This is the door, sir. Padlocked, you see, sir.
The only door, Sergeant?
Yes, Sergeant.
Hate to smash that padlock.
How about one of these windows?
They're locked, Sergeant.
Only those 2 windows?
Yes, sir.
So dusty, I can't see through them.
Careful leaning against that window, Sergeant. You'll break it.
I did break it, didn't I?
Are you hurt, Sergeant Rice? Are you hurt, Elsie?
I broke a fingernail, I think.
I told you not.
I'm so clumsy, Sergeant. Well, at least I can see through the window.
Don't cut yourself, Sergeant.
There's something lying on the floor in there.
See who it is.
Give me a view through here, Sergeant.
That's breaking and entering, Sergeant.
That's going in pursuit of suspected felon, Sergeant. Isn't it, sir?
Exactly.
Give us a boot, Sergeant.
Can you see who it is in there?
Not a body. Looks exactly like one, though.
What is it?
Seems to be some old clothes, suit of rubber things, trousers, coats.
Laboratory clothes, I expect.
Nobody in here, though. Don't see anybody. Floor's hollow, though. Maybe something under there?
I'm coming in. Here, Sergeant Hodge, give me a hand.
Right, sir.
That's good.
Shall I come in, sir?
Come on.
Right, sir.
What's that stuff there in the corner?
Seems to be some kind of large glass bottles.
They're carboys that acid came in, Sergeant. I've seen them before, sir. Be careful, that acid burns, Sergeant.
I've no intention of taking a bath in it, Sergeant.
It's the last bath you ever took, Sergeant.
Stop the back chat, both of you.
No, I wasn't. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, I expect we'd better see what's under this floor, Hodge.
Yes, sir.
What's that you're falling over?
Sir,
Instead of pumps, sir, I'd like the air raid chap just to put out fires.
This fellow Hughes in the ARP here, Hodge?
Don't think so, sir.
Probably uses it to transfer the acid from these great bottles to some other place.
Mistake. Well, better get to taking up this floor. Any tools around here?
There's a crowbar or something over there by the window, sir. Will that do?
Get it.
Where do I start, sir?
Here, I think. This board's loose. Let's get it up. Come on.
Just what do you people think you're doing here? I know you, young woman. I know you are. Who are you, sir?
I'm Superintendent Freeman of Scotland Yard. You are John George Hughes, I take it.
I am, and I'm the bloody owner of this bloody place. I was rather expecting you, sir. As for you, Sergeant Royce, I'll tell you at once, Mrs. Bannerman is not here.
You were with Mrs. Bannerman the last time she was alive, Mr. Hughes.
Where, sir?
Here in this town on Wednesday afternoon.
I was not.
You were seen and recognized.
Well, I can only say that whoever says he saw me, whether is mistaken. I was in London.
Are you mistaken, Sergeant Hart?
No, sir, I am not.
Well, sir, I assure you, Mrs. Bannerman is not here.
Do you know where she is?
You said she had vanished into thin air. Miss Rice, is that right?
I said she disappeared.
Into thin air, you said. Oh, somebody said. Maybe I said.
Mr. Hughes, I should like you to come up to London with me.
Why?
I should like to have your answers to a few questions.
About Mrs. Bannerman?
Yes.
Well, all I can tell you about Mrs. Bannerman is that you'll not find her here. Or any other place.
Really, I should advise you to come to London and answer my questions, Mr. Hughes.
Will you arrest me if I don't?
Very probably.
On what charge, Superintendent?
Suspicion of murder?
It's possible.
How do you know Mrs. Bannerman was murdered? If you can't find her body.
You're quite a clever man, Mr. Hughes.
And you won't find her body, my good man. There's no corpus delicti.
I'm going to give you a short lesson, Mr. Hughes, in criminal law. The phrase corpus delicti is from the Latin and means the body of the crime, not the body of the victim of the crime at all. If it's proved that Mrs. Bannerman met her death through criminal agency and intent, that one simple fact will be the corpus delicti, whether we ever find Mrs. Bannerman's physical body or not. In that case, anyone remotely connected with the affair is quite likely to find himself in for an unpleasant time.
I'll go to London with you.
Such methods don't always work. They're on the very edge of legality. It's only in a court of law, in a trial after a person has been duly charged with the commission of a crime, that he's required to answer any questions and then under oath. But a prudent man welcomes the opportunity to speak out. His refusal to do so is highly suspicious. Mr. John George Hughes chose to answer freely. It was next morning at Scotland Yard I asked him, among other things, how is it that the constables on duty at your factory did not see you enter the place, Mr. Hughes?
Because I came there directly after my interview with your Miss Rice, before the constables were assigned to watch my factory. I suspected they'd have the police on me, and I didn't want them mucking about in the factory in my absence.
Then you've been in that place at least 2 days without going out.
Longer than that.
What were you doing?
Various things. Keep hidden mostly.
You still maintain that Mrs. Bannerman didn't come to your factory?
Before this occasion, yes. But she always left, Superintendent.
But this time, she didn't.
She didn't come there this time. I told you.
Excuse me. Superintendent Freeman here.
I've got the coat, sir.
Good, Sergeant. Is it hers?
That Mrs. Beatrice Miller, sir, who first told me about Mrs. Bannerman. The last person who saw her at the hotel, remember?
I know.
She identified it as Mrs. Bannerman.
We'll have to prove it, Sergeant.
Mrs. Miller thinks she can do that, sir.
Very well, carry on. Mr. Hughes, I may as well tell you that a party of CID people are now at your factory in Leopold Road, Crawley, with a search warrant.
Well, they won't find anything.
They've already found something.
Some of my personal property, I suppose. I know they haven't found Mrs. Bannerman.
They found a cleaner's ticket for a Persian lamb fur coat. In your name.
A friend of mine asked me to have it cleaned for her.
What is her name?
Mrs. Diana Thorpe.
Where does she live?
I don't know her address. She's gone to Dover to visit her sister.
Sergeant Rice took the ticket and called for the coat.
Well, she has no business doing
The
that.
coat has been identified as Mrs. Bannerman's coat.
That's nonsense.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Hughes.
What else did they find at my place?
What else would they find? More personal belongings?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
You're not required to answer any questions, Mr. Hughes.
I've got to rest first.
As you like.
You've tired me out with all these questions. I don't know what I'm saying.
You may go whenever you wish, Mr. Hughes. We'll find you when we need you.
Threatening me, eh?
Making a statement of fact. Now, if you wish to go.
Why don't you arrest me?
If I can uncover enough evidence to justify it, I shall.
Who's that?
Come in. Come in, Sergeant Hodge. You know Mr. Hughes, of course.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sturm of Horsham, Superintendent Freeman, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Sturm. Come in.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hughes was just leaving.
Well, I'll wait a minute.
As you prefer, sir. Well, Mr. Sturm.
Mr. Sturm is a pawnbroker, sir, in Horsham.
This is Mr. Hughes.
Last time I saw him, his name was Whitaker.
You're a liar.
Please, Mr. Hughes. And when did you see this gentleman last?
When he
Sturm?
bought this with me for 17 quid.
How interesting. An antique breast watch fastened with a fleur-de-lis clip.
Exactly the same as the one described in the circular sent out from Scotland Yard here as the property of Mrs. Minerva Bannerman.
What have you to say to that, Mr. Hughes?
Well, she was wearing it the day she was with him at Crawley. I saw it, sir.
Mr. Hughes?
I never saw it in my life.
You walked it with me, Mr. Bloodywell Whitaker Hughes. Oh, excuse me, sir. For 17 quid of my money.
I said you're a liar.
Be quiet, Hughes.
I'll swear to it, Inspector. Superintendent. I'll swear to it, Super.
Jake Sturm, you're a liar.
All I want is my money.
Is your name Jake, Mr. Sturm?
Jacob Aloysius Sturm, yes, sir.
You do remember Mr. Sturm, then, Mr. Hughes?
He bloody well does, he does.
Well, then, Sergeant Hodge, did you find anything else there at the factory? Would you like to go now, Mr. Hughes?
What did you find?
Well, sir,
What'd you find?
Tell him, Sergeant.
found this, sir.
What is it?
Was it? Part of a handle, it looks like.
That's what it is. Excuse me, sir. Off a lady's handbag. And it's all kind of melted like. He wouldn't do that, sir.
Acid would do it, wouldn't it, Mr. Hughes?
Then that's what's happened to these two, sir, see? False teeth I found in the same place, sir.
Now, I wonder whose they are, Mr. Hughes.
I don't know anything about them.
I wish Sergeant Rice were here.
Why, sir?
I'd just like her to take them to Mrs. Bannerman's dentist, whose name she knows, and see if he can identify them. You see, Mr. Hughes, teeth can rarely be destroyed by anything. Fire, acid. Who can that be, do you suppose? Come in.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Come in, Sergeant Rice.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sergeant Hodge, I saw Dr. Finch in the forensic laboratory as I came in. He asked me to give these things to you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
What are they?
What did the doctor say they are, Sergeant?
He said they're fragments of human bone. This one's from a bone of the foot. This one's probably part of a vertebrae. And the others I don't remember.
What's happened to them?
They were found in that spot behind the place at Crawley, sir, where I found the false teeth and the purse handle. They've all been partly destroyed by acid.
Well, Mr. Hughes, it seems we do have a corpus delicti.
What are you going to do about it?
A sergeant's wife is going to do it, Mr. Hughes. You found him first, Sergeant. Go ahead.
John George Hughes, I arrest you on charge of willful murder. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What do you find amusing, Hughes?
I'm just thinking. All the trouble and expense everybody's going to be put to. And when it's all over, I'll be sent to a nice, comfortable loony bin, where I'll spend the rest of my life in comfort.
I may venture to disagree with you, Hughes.
Nobody in the world would believe a man in his right mind would do what I've done, Superintendent.
You've been warned, Hughes.
All right. I'll make sure they believe I'm crazy. Old Bannerman wasn't the first one I've dealt with this way. She was the fourth. And I didn't get enough money out of all folk to make it murder for profit. I'm crazy, I tell you. Crazy. And let the jury read that from your notes, Sergeant Miss Nasty Rice. I just tapped the ex-Miss Bannerman on the back of a scout, just like I did the others. A man and his wife and a young boy. And I didn't get 30 quid out of the whole lot. And I'll tell you what I did with them all. You saw all that acid when you were snooping in my factory. But perhaps you can think of what happens to a human body when it's dumped into a 40-gallon vat of it. Soup. That's all. Nasty, yellow soup.
And a few pieces of bone, a set of false teeth, and this handle that can be identified.
And that Persian lamb coat that I sent out to have the bloodstains cleaned off it. And nothing left of them all, except what was left in the acid when I poured it out. Think I won't be sent to Broadmoor instead of the hangman? Oh. Let me tell you what else I did. Oh, I killed each one before I shoved them in the acid bath.
No. No, I'll not allow you to hear that. If you're morbid enough to want to know what Hughes did with his victims before he placed them in the acid bath to dissolve, you'll have to write me a letter asking about it. I may reply. The jury believed the alienist who testified that John George Hughes was perfectly sane. They also believed his confession of horrible murder. The verdict was guilty. The sentence was death. His appeal was denied, and he was hanged at Wandsworth 41 days after he had foully murdered his last victim.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is by Percy Hoskins. Among those heard today were Horace Brame, Harvey Hayes, Joe Huntley Wright, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, and Gordon Stern. These stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Throughout America, 3 million young women and girls of all races and speeds will join in the celebration of National YWCA, April 20th through April 26th. To these young women, the blue triangle, symbol of the YWCA, the symbol standing for body, mind, and spirit, means enrichment of their lives and a goal to build toward the future. Through the YWCA, young women gain friendship, gain confidence in themselves, take part in worldwide fellowship, and become informed citizens. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Can you imagine mistaking this exhibit here for a revolver or a pistol, or in fact for a gun of any kind? Here, have a look at it. Sorry, I dropped it. If it had landed on my great toe where that cab horse trod on it in December 1907, well, thank goodness it didn't. No, I shouldn't think that anyone in his right mind could possibly mistake this for anything but what it obviously is, a hammer. Yet a large number of persons, some of them policemen, were at one time quite certain that it was a gun. Now, I hung it up here on the wall in the year 1929, the same year that Pierrepoint, the hangman, did as much for the man who used it. Now, this is Chief Inspector Reginald Porter, who will tell you how it happened. Reginald?
On the morning of 11th January, 1929, I was handed a telegram which had been sent the night before from Southampton.
A case of murder has occurred here. A man has been found shot in a room, the door of which was padlocked. The body was found today. It has probably been in the room some 8 or 9 weeks. Will you please send a man down to investigate the matter? McCormick, Chief Constable of Southampton.
One thing was obvious to me at once. That Mr. McCormick had had very little instruction on the art of eliminating unnecessary words in his telegrams. A good CID detective sergeant could have told the story in 20 fewer words, although I agree not so elegantly. In Southampton, a smart young detective sergeant, smelling of pear soap and a good grade of hair oil, escorted me to the scene of the discovery.
The place here was formerly a garage, sir, as I'm sure you can see.
Yes, I can see, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Is this the one that was padlocked?
Yes, sir. Oh, as a matter of fact, both this door and the one in the rear were padlocked. The rear one is still intact. This is the one that was broken.
The main entrance?
Quite, sir.
The men who found him broke the lock?
Yes, sir.
Where are they?
They should be inside, sir. I'll ask the constable at the door, sir.
By all means, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
I say, Constable, those two gentlemen are inside, Sergeant. I suppose you're looking for them, aren't you?
The ones that found him?
Inside, sir.
Inside here, Chief Inspector. No, sir. This way, if you please.
You needn't sound like a blasted shop walker, you know, Sergeant.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Constable.
They'll be inside, sir.
I heard you.
Yes, sir.
Door's open, sir.
Am I blind?
Yes. After you, sir.
Where are they?
Mr. Remington? Mr. Finn?
Where do they go?
Mr. Finn, are you here?
Over here, Sergeant. Over here.
Over there, sir.
What are they doing in heaven's name?
I don't know, sir.
Here, Sergeant.
Where? I don't...
Behind the oil drum, Sergeant. I see them. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. We got here, Sergeant. Gentlemen, this is Chief Inspector Portner of the Yard.
Scotland Yard. Where'd you find him?
Right down there, sir. He was crumpled up against them oil drums.
Dead, sir.
I can see the blood. That is blood, isn't it?
I'm afraid so, sir. There's quite a lot of it, isn't there?
Yes, sir, for one man, sir.
Find the gun?
No, sir, not yet. We're starting to look again this morning.
You did find the body, though, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Rather, these gentlemen did.
How'd you happen to find them? You're the ones that broke the lock? How'd you get in here? I haven't been briefed in this thing yet. Don't even know the murdered man's name yet.
Oh, his name was Rafe Street, sir. He was our agent.
Your agent?
Our company's chief inspector. Lion Oil Limited.
He sold oil and petrol, sir.
All these drums are ours, Chief Inspector, you see. Mr. Street was not actually our employee, you see. Just an agent. You see, we hadn't heard from him for several months.
Several months?
October 28th, to be precise, Finn.
I hope you don't mind being precise, gentlemen. This is a murder, you understand. Sergeant,
Sir?
Had this man been reported missing before his body was found?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
I'll want to know why his disappearance wasn't investigated, if he was reported missing, you know.
I'll check, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I am to understand that your agent had not been heard from for something over 2 months. And you people up to now made no effort to find out why. Is that true?
Well, sir... I can explain that, Inspector. Chief Inspector.
Do so, please.
Well, in the first place, the late Mr. Street was a man of no known relatives, according to our records.
That's right, sir.
He had sleeping and living quarters in the back of this building. And I suspect there was nobody to notice his absence.
Wouldn't you people notice him?
Well, the company had written to him several times regarding his failure to send in his reports of November the 1st and December the 1st.
Isn't that unusual with you people?
Not necessarily, sir. Our agents are often late in rendering their reports.
Oh, yes. We did become concerned, Chief Inspector, when we'd had nothing at all from Mr. Street for so long. He owed us 3 consecutive monthly reports.
November 1st, December 1st, and January 1st. That's right.
So the company sent us down from London to investigate, you see?
That was when you found his body?
We found the garage door padlocked front and rear, and...
We had no keys, of course. These premises were Mr. Street's.
So I got a tire lever on my toolkit. Together we ripped the padlock off the front door.
We have that padlock, sir.
Be quiet, Sergeant. And then you entered and found the body?
Precisely.
We could have them both for breaking and entering.
Sergeant, will you please put a sock in it?
Well, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You didn't use a hammer to break that padlock, gentlemen?
No, sir.
No, sir. Tire lever. From,
Well, then will you tell me what that bloody hammer's doing?
Sir, is it necessary to use such language?
Sergeant, you have an evil mind. Will you look at that hammer there beside the Lion Mane SAE-30 oil drum? How'd that blood get all over the hammerhead if that man was shot? I left the fragrant sergeant to arrange for and supervise a draft of detectives from the Southampton police to organize and conduct an all-out search of the garage warehouse for the gun with which the victim had allegedly been killed, and proceeded in good order to the mortuary where the body lay. It was not in very good shape, but a careful examination on my part convinced me that the cause of death was not a bullet, but a series of wounds caused by repeated blows from a heavy object. Now, please don't at once begin to find fault with the Southampton police. The wounds resembled a great deal more than superficially those often caused by bullets. Gregory Aldous, the police surgeon, pointed this out to me.
You see, here in particular, Chief Inspector, a deep punctured wound, exactly like one made by a bullet. And here...
Yes, I see.
And here again. And the fractures themselves were so covered with dried blood, it would be the obvious thing for a layman to say at once, gunshot wound.
I wouldn't have.
You Scotland Yard chaps are geniuses, of course.
Well, I will admit if I hadn't noticed that bloody hammer on the floor...
Don't be so modest.
I was about to say where you chaps had seen it a dozen times and paid no attention to it.
I think I'd better just make sure there isn't any bullet in his head. Or evidence of one having been there.
Well, I'm sure I'm not going to watch you do it, Doctor.
That will be helpful, sir.
Mind you're careful now. I shall want to try that hammer to see if it fits those marks on the skull.
So shall I, sir. Must be an extraordinary hammer to produce marks like bullet holes.
It is. The end of the hammerhead opposite the striking part, the peen it's called, Doctor, is quite thin and long and about the diameter of a .38 caliber bullet. The kind of hammer often used by motorcar mechanics, as Mr. Remington of Lion Oil Limited was good enough to point out to me.
How does he know?
He was once a motorcar mechanic himself, my dear Doctor.
And when are you going to arrest him, Chief Inspector?
It had occurred to me at the very moment I was saying it to Gregory Aldous. I went back to the garage to find him. He had gone back to London to report to his firm's officials, but Finn was still there.
helping assiduously but ineffectually in the search for the alleged murder gun. I sat him down in a corner of the place which rang to the voices and the noises they made as they overset racks of oil drums. Haven't found it yet, eh?
Not yet. Oh, my sainted aunt, I'm tired.
Tired?
Those oil drums were in the neighborhood of 100 weight apiece. I've moved several million of them.
Remington move a lot, too?
Not really likely. He had to go to London.
Yes, I know. Tough on you.
Well, he's my boss.
Fine to be a boss, isn't it?
He's all right.
Known him long?
Met him in the Navy 20-odd years ago. I was his boss then.
Oh?
Wavy Navy. We were the crew of an MTB. I was skipper, full lieutenant. Remington was just a sub. I hadn't a job when we were demobbed, and he was going back with Lion Oil. He offered me one, and I've been there ever since.
That before he was a motor mechanic or after?
During. We ran the company's garage in Cheltenham before we got onto this job.
You're both motor mechanics, then?
Yes.
You're both familiar with that kind of hammer I found, then?
Oh, quite. We used dozens of them.
No. Sergeant! Sergeant!
Yes, sir. You want me, sir?
Sergeant, that hammer's still here?
The one you found, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Take it, please, and deliver it to Dr. Gregory Aldous of the mortuary where the body is.
Dr. Gregory Aldous of the police surgeon? Yes, sir, I know him.
Right, but be very careful with it.
Oh, I will, sir. I had Geordie Tucker photograph it, sir, before I moved it and wrapped it up in paper and put it in a biscuit tin I found. I'll send it right away.
Take it, I said.
Yes, sir.
Wait there for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice chap, that.
Oh, yes, quite. So you've known Remington a long time?
Oh, yes.
How long have you known this dead chap, Street?
I never saw him till now. The first time I've ever been in Southampton, even.
Oh? Remington know him long?
Well, he'd never seen him either.
Oh, hadn't he?
I don't think so.
He'd tell you if he had, wouldn't he?
I expect so. Oh, why?
Just wondered.
You think Rem killed him?
My dear man, how do I know you didn't?
Why on earth should we kill him?
That's what I'm going to find out. Come along, I want to see this fellow's books and papers. Now then, you chaps get going there and see if you can find me that gun, which I doubt. Come along with me, Finn.
All right.
This his office, I suppose?
That must be. It's the only door in the place.
Open it. You've got keys, haven't you?
I've got no keys.
Then I'll open it. Stand clear. Some use for regulation police boots, after all.
This must be where he slept.
Oh, fair frosty in here.
Ew. It's a pity there isn't a window.
Had he any desk?
Doesn't seem to have had.
Oh, how'd the man do business?
He did all right. He was a good customer, even if he did live in a pigsty like this.
Wonder where he kept his money. Here, what's this?
What is it?
I found where he kept it.
Kid's money box.
Well, it's empty now. Don't touch it and spoil the dabs.
What?
Fingerprints.
Oh. Robbery, eh?
Place was locked up.
There's a spring lock on the door.
Ah. Poor devil must have closed it himself when he came out. Oh, no, the murderer did it after he killed him and broke the money box open. Cool blood, huh? He must have known the place pretty well.
What are you looking at me for?
Where are you going?
Well, I just want to see what's in this coat there.
Where?
Here.
Oh. How did you know it was his?
Oh,
What's his name? Street.
I don't. There must be, though. The murderer wouldn't leave his.
Have a look at it. Give it to me.
Here you are.
Pockets full of papers. Well, not exactly full. Letter. Here, hold it first.
Uh-huh.
Ah.
What's the matter?
How well do you know your friend Remington?
What?
This letter, Mr. Finn, is attached to one of Street's invoices. This is the letter. It's on the stationery of Messrs. Clive and Buckley of this city. It says, "Dear sir, the amount, £14.11, mentioned in your attached invoice was paid to your salesman, Mr. Remington."
What?
Your salesman, Mr. Remington, in cash at the time the goods were delivered.
You can't. Remington didn't know the man.
We suggest that you consult your Mr. Remington regarding this amount, for which we hold his signed receipt. Yours, etc., Clive and Buckley, per Terence Buckley, Secretary of Treasurer. I'm afraid I must ask you again to come with me.
Where? Where are you?
We are going to the nearest police station, sir, where I shall telephone London to bring me Mr. Remington. I'm going to consult you both. Come along, if you please. There's no trouble at all to reach Scotland Yard in London and to arrange to have Mr. Remington contacted at Lion Oil and then accompany an officer back to Southampton. In the meantime, Mr. Finn consented to accept the hospitality of the Southampton police until his partner arrived. Myself, I went to the mortuary, found Gregory Aldous gone, and left that gloomy place for Aldous' official quarters, where he sat talking with the sergeant, who was not so redolent of oils and unguents by now. Gregory Aldous looked at me pleasantly.
Well, was I right, Chief Inspector?
Hmm?
You arrested Remington?
He'll be in custody at once, yes. What did you discover about the hammer?
It fits perfectly, sir.
I was speaking to Dr. Aldous, Sergeant.
Excuse me, sir.
Does it fit the wounds, Doctor?
Perfectly.
Good.
There's no bullet in the skull, though.
I hope he didn't spoil it.